I've been bout my papyrus since I've been in it. Put me in the debate, you know I'm gon' win it. If I scream black power, don't get timid. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. Primary research and we done pushed it to the limits. All you dudes finished. The king counting cattle up with brother Reggie. When I'm in Oakland smoking, bro, they love the Chevy. Back in the day, it was the spokes on the chariot. Long procession when the king got carried out to every spot. Woman looking nice as ISIS. I read ancient texts, so my advice is priceless. Nubian gold, your ice don't entice us. Beating me harder than counting grains in your spices. Your heart was beating, but your brain dead, you're lifeless. Yo, they ain't nothing like us, yo. Don't try to make me mad. Make me smile and say you love me, man. That's real right there. Yeah, come on. You should listen to your main man's advice. Do a YouTube and apologize like Dice. Or the back fade coming like the Antichrist. Egyptology sent me reading and said that I'm nice. I got a stelae with your name on it. I'm like Sargon. You the type of dude wake up and your car gone. Told, cause of the money you owe. Before you stream, you should clean up that humble abode. Like Akhenaten City for my woman in gold. I keep the pseudos running, people coming in droves. You catch me on a live stream with Pan-African James. When we building, call us by our African names. I'm for the children. And ain't nothing happen to change. We on that black hype, so we still packing them things for protection. Got connection. My complexion, pure black, that's the S. Make me smile. You love me? Show me some love. All right. What up? Boo. We about to study, we about to learn while we chill, talk, and discuss Kemet. I'm an entertainer primarily, so that's why I mix my education with entertainment. But you know, there's places you could go to get it without the entertainment, and that's called school. I'm gonna play this next track, and then we're gonna go on and get into it. Let's go on to hear that old school hard coupe one time. Melodic script in my cartouche. Roll through with them arches. Hard coupe, that's in my Shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Kemet, Netaret, hoop her. Them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear them. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tumor line with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve them a reserve head. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you, sacrificed their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot, and I'm calling the shots, while your soul get devoured in the hall of my eye. Ain't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kemet like El Shaddai. You ain't no king, You're like Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring. Melt the jewels in your crown into a gold ring. Refashion them after smashing the whole thing. You're like Pepe II. Too old, king. If you think it ain't black, then let me just check them. I know the syntax. Every morphine and phoneme. The scholarship top line, dog, and the flow mean. And my debate to make a fraud quit the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw to fix this window yet. That's what you call repair, re-end. They heard the king of Medjay was a scary man. And he is though, I'm telling you, you better contain him, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterraneans, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say, I'm enthused. It's crazy. They just wiki, cause they lazy.
So they can call me pseudo, it don't faze me. The page monetized, so crushing you clowns pays. You dig? Medjay archers. Dead period.
Well, it is. The show is something when you take that information, that timeless information, and put it into that artistic format. It's kind of like, cool. What's up with y'all, though? Let me see. Let me get a video to set this off. So I'll just start kicking it when I start streaming, try to get into my comfortable vibe. Well, I'm just kicking it so we can vibe out the right way. Hold up. Give me a second. Videos. This is funny. I ain't seen heck of these in a long time. All right, I'm gonna just play this real quick as we get to set this off. All right, let me see.
A hierarchy of race like that developed by Morton Glidden and still deployed today by white supremacists cannot be sustained if not one but two great black civilizations arose in Africa at the dawn of history. It is therefore entirely appropriate and even necessary to confront constructions of race for Nubian Egypt in the recent past and acknowledge both civilizations as African and black.
So did you face any of that type of backlash or harsh feedback from your stance on ancient Egypt?
So yes, but interestingly, I haven't received any harsh feedback from Egyptologists. When I go around and I give talks on this subject, the Egyptologists who've been in the audience of my talks are very receptive, and they think that this is really important work and that I need to keep forging ahead with it. But I have gotten negative feedback, especially over email from Egyptians. So it's an interesting conundrum where there are some Egyptians who will tell me, I mean, these are people I don't know who are just like finding out how to contact me and send me an email and say, what you're doing is wrong. The ancient Egyptian culture was not a black culture. Modern Egyptians are not black people. What you're doing is dangerous. You need to stop saying this, which of course, I'm not going to stop saying this. And I try to explain what my work is about. And I also try to explain, you see, our perspective in America on what black is different from a lot of the rest of the world. And so I try to explain our American context of that word. But yeah, I've definitely gotten some harsh feedback.
First off, the Egyptians, of course, were African, and we have evidence from Herodotus and other sources that Africans tended to be black, that they were a range of colors that would constitute black today, and they were actually, the Greek words that are used for them is black.
Now, don't misunderstand me. I am not saying that the ancient Egyptians were not black, as we Americans perceive it. They were. The way we define black, with mixed race one drop rule, the way we define black as a positive thing, the Egyptians were black.
So you're suggesting maybe these people migrated north?
Yes, or their culture did,
Mm-hmm.
and them. Mm-hmm. Really east to the Nile Valley,
Mm-hmm.
east and north.
East and north.
Yeah.
I see. So today in Egypt, the archaeologists often refer to, and I've been there, to connections between ancient Egyptian culture and the Sumerian culture and the Crete culture and the Persian culture. Yet when you visit Egypt, especially around Aswan in the southern part of the Nile, you see mostly black people.
Yes, yeah, and we know from the anthropological evidence that the people just predating the dynastic civilization in the Nabta Playa region were black African people.
I can sympathize with the impulse to sort of to be very strident, to be very argumentative, to be very certain, to act very certain about the blackness of the ancient Egyptians, because for the longest time, the very longest time, there was this prevailing idea that black is Africa and Africa is less than, right? That no matter what happens, no matter how you cast it, anytime you fall on the wrong side of that dividing line between black and not black, even not between black and white, whatever's coming from that black side is going to be less than. And it took people being willing to challenge that orthodoxy, and sometimes in a very ill-informed way, right? Sometimes, it just took people coming up and going, I feel like this, and so I'm going to say it and make it right. And it turns out they actually were in some ways, right? Because now we can look at Egypt and say the ancient Egyptians are an African civilization. These are people that, by and large, we probably would have looked at and thought, oh, these are black people.
When it comes to the 25th dynasty, a lot of people are going to commonly call them the Black Pharaohs. You see it online, there's books written titled that, so on and so forth. Do you feel like that distinction has to be made? And how I ask that is, I've noticed online a lot of people don't seem to think that for some reason you could be black and be Egyptian. And I've always kind of disagreed with that, because I feel like even though the ancients weren't colorblind per se, I feel that you could be black and be Egyptian. Would you say that is correct?
Yes, I think so. For instance, as I told you before, this kind of, for instance, of Nubian warriors that were settled in Egypt. At some time, they were living a perfectly Egyptian life, and they collaborated with the Egyptians and so on. I don't know if you have in mind, for instance, it's the representation of people carrying a Colossus statue. And there are rows of people, of young people, young soldiers, something like that. And you find Nubians, Egyptians, Libyans, and so on. There was this kind of idea that the local rulers rule, in fact, over say, multicultural society, probably in which the military component was quite important. Military contingents made Nubians, of people from Asia, from Libya, and so on. So I think it was perfectly normal that these people, they were black, so they married Egyptians, or inversely, Nubian women, they married Egyptians, and so on. I think there is some evidence, for instance, in the documents of the New Kingdom, of this kind of, of marriage between people from different geographical or cultural or ethnical roots. I think it was no problem at all. As I said before, they could reach very important positions in the kingdom. And for instance, in the late Bronze Age, it was quite normal that very high, Nubians, a very high local position, they built their wonderful and excellent tombs in Egyptian style. They reached important positions in the Egyptian administration, so on. So why not, when black people or people from Nubia, they became far out, well, they continue to represent themselves, sometimes with their very distinctive physical characteristics, and so on. It was, I think, no problem at all.
I've worked in prisons now for 18 years. That was my first time I'd been in a prison. And the teacher who picked me up at the stations, she said, well, you are looking at this as Africa. And I was like, well, yeah, of course I am. Mm-hmm. And she said, well, because she said, that's how they, my students see it. And I said, well, how else would they see it? And I remember her looking slightly confused, and then the first sort of interaction I had with one of her students was, he came in the room and he said, ancient Egypt is African. I went, yeah, of course. And I think he thought I hadn't heard him properly. And he said, I said it was like African, as in black African. And I'm like, yeah, and what's your point? And I think it was only really that after that experience that I thought, am I in some kind of bubble here or something? You know, and so I started to actually look into the sort of background, really, the sort of, which we're starting to talk about it a little bit more in terms of colonial approaches, but still not directly the racism that Egyptology is founded upon. And at that point, it was almost like a sort of light bulb moment. I thought, well, why is this still the case when we, you know, are we still stuck, you know, 100 years sort of previously in this kind of racist ideology? Why is nobody challenging this? Because other disciplines had. So anthropology had looked very hard at itself in terms of looking at its colonial kind of past. It just seemed that Egyptology was kind of almost stuck there and it didn't really want to talk about it. So for me, it always was African. It was a bit of a shock to me when I actually started looking a bit deeper into this and then started having conversations with people and seeing how they responded to that.
I think that the further back in history you go, the blacker the Egyptians are. And by black, I don't merely mean dark skin, but also with other Negro characteristics.
You have spent much of your life studying the history of the ancient Egyptians. Who were the ancient Egyptians? How did they look?
Voilà, les Égyptiens anciens ressemblaient à cette terre que vous voyez. Voici le premier roi de la terre.
Here you have the first king of the earth, the very first. And the Egyptians, the ancient Egyptians, looked like this man.
Cet homme a des traits, si vous voulez, plus, comme nous disons, vous m'aviez dit tout à l'heure de ne pas employer un terme, mais sur le plan scientifique, c'est un terme consacré. En tout cas, il a des traits de la race noire plus marqués que celles de presque tous ceux qui sont ici dans cette salle.
You can see that he has those traits that are associated with the black
feature.
Those features associated with the black race, which are even more pronounced than many of the people here. It was this man who unified the Nile Valley from Upper to Lower Egypt, and this was 3,300 years before Jesus Christ.
Je passe donc, ce que je vais dire avant de passer au suivant, c'est que vous allez le voir donc déjà d'après ses traits et les traits aussi des pharaons qui vont suivre.
You can see by his features and those of the pharaohs and kings that will follow it
que les anciens Égyptiens n'étaient pas des blancs qui seraient devenus progressivement noirs et en perdant leurs traits.
You can see that they were not people that started as whites and became progressively more black.
Mais qu'au départ, c'était des noirs authentiques qui, à la basse époque, vont se métisser avec des blancs.
They were instead black people, an authentic black people, but which never ceased to be blacks.
Donc, attendez, je dis en un mot. Donc, vous voyez que les anciens Égyptiens étaient des Noirs comme tous les autres naturels de l'Afrique, c'est tout.
You can see that the first the Egyptians were black men, like black men that you see in Africa now.
I guess some could not understand, possibly I assume some didn't understand why this video would actually be relevant to me starting out a discussion about the second intermediate period. Right? Let me put this other video on the screen. And so if we understand that we just heard 10 PhDs tell us that the Egyptians were black, we could do our own research and know that that's a foregone conclusion right now. Everybody, European Egyptologists as well as everybody else besides modern Egyptians and some people from that Islamic persuasion understand that. So when they try to prove things about the modern Egyptians being linked to the ancient Egyptians, there's an anomaly of them having a high percentage, mostly West Asian DNA. Now, if the people who founded Egypt were indigenous Africans, they should not have West Asian DNA. So in this little chill examination we're about to do, we need to allow ourselves to look at things from multiple perspectives. As I pulled up Dr. Mario Beatty's conclusion on the term Kemet, you'll notice he cites the first intermediate period, right? Now, everyone who watches this show should be the understanding that there is no ancient Egyptian equivalent for an intermediate period. That's Egyptology, Egyptology, a term of Egyptology to define when rulership broke up and different families claimed rule. So the first intermediate period will be the first time that happened. Now, a result of the first intermediate period, linguistic result of the first intermediate period, is we learn a few new terms, ancient Egyptian terms. And some of these terms, at least one of them, Kush, involves a particular people group and polity to the south. Not just people group, but addressed as a equal threat. They address Kush in the ways the U.S. used to address the USSR or whatever. Like a power that could indeed. We always smash it, but we know that they could indeed be the other superpower, basically. Another term we learn about coming out of the first intermediate period we've discussed for the past 3 years. Kemet. Now, let's stop and just analyze just what we got so far. We understand intermediate periods are times when different families put in their bid for kingship. Like, yo, we the kings. No, we the kings, right? Now, coming out of the first intermediate period, we learn about a kingdom called Kush for some particular reason. And we find this term. Now, think about this. A term called Kemet, which has a particular classifier, a O49 glyph, that is normally used for towns, nomes, things like that. It can be used for bigger regions as well, but it would seem to indicate the crossroads where people populate this certain area, as it is an X inside of a circle, that glyph, right? And so let's hear what Dr. Mario Beatty says about, we'll just hear his conclusion. We don't have time to watch all of it, but I do recommend it. It's on my Forever's page under this video. Mario Beatty buried the riparian claim. Bypassing Coptic is not a historical comparative method. But what we're listening to the video for is to hear his conclusion on the term Kemet, and then we'll gain a greater understanding of how everything he can say may just be true as we begin to analyze intermediate periods. So here we go.
Their debates with Sheikh Anta Diop were over issues of race and culture, but not an issue of whether or not the word Kim meant black. Next slide. By way of conclusion, so if I don't complete my time, I'm going to give you my conclusions up front. Okay? By way of conclusion, the word Kemet refers to a novel ethno-geopolitical national marker of identity that was primarily forged in the cauldron of the internal contradictions and politics of what is referred as the first intermediate period. Novel in two fundamental ways. One, the innovation of a unitary concept of a nation, and two, the political need to more rigidly distinguish themselves as a nation of people, which is clearly shown in a new hyper-discourse around borders, Tosh, internally and externally, initially and principally directed against the people from Western Asia in the first intermediate period. Next slide.
Hold up.
So
we got to go back and analyze that because he broke that down. The word Kemet refers to a novel ethno-geopolitical. All right, geo, dealing with the earth. Politics, political. Ethno, ethnicity. Ethno-geopolitical, national marker. That means ethnicity and your politics is all dictated in this geographical area, right? Just like a nation. A natural nation, you know what I'm saying? Not a colonized nation. But it is a national marker of identity that was primarily forged in the cauldron of the internal contradictions and politics of what is referred to as the first intermediate period. Now think about it. The internal contradictions and the politics is what is referred to as the time period when hella different families said, I'm the king. No, I'm the king. Novel in two fundamental ways. The innovation of a unitary concept of a nation. Now, we will talk about that because as we reach further, addressing the time period, the first time period, I would probably edit that sentence, but it makes sense when we're talking about the whole history of Egypt. But particularly for the first intermediate period, it wouldn't even encompass the whole nation because as we know it, everybody was fighting for this place and they wasn't fighting for Kemet. What I mean is we would have to find particular texts that say Kemet. When we translate it to English, it confuses us. They will be fighting for the unification of Tamehu and Tashamahu, which is called Lower and Upper Egypt, but never called anything got to do with Kemet until later time periods after the effects of all these intermediate periods took place and definitions became skewed and more vast. And then we found Kemet and Kemi actually being synonymous with what we would call all of Egypt. But when investigating the inception of the term, they didn't even have control over everything to even say that this is what it's called. Suppose one of the dynasties who were at the inception of the term Kemet said, yo, this Kemet and everything is Kemet. Well, if they didn't have control over the whole land, they would not have been able to insert that anyway. Only their clique, tribe, or known would have been able to see it that way. And until they took power, they wouldn't have been able to be telling everybody this is Kemet. And so we got to think about it a little bit. At the end of the Old Kingdom, right? at the beginning of the first intermediate period and at the end of the Old Kingdom. And when we go do our linguistic archaeology, digging through files to see what they said, this is when we find people start identifying themselves as Kem. Kem, K-E-M, an ancient Egyptian term that means black. I introduced the community to the foremost authority on the subject, the quote unquote, well, I don't want to say that wrong, but Herman Ranke, who did the persons and names of the Middle Kingdom, right? Or of Middle Egypt. I forgot. I hope I didn't say the title wrong. And he also took every title found on any stela and in his work, listed out all of the titles, the epithets, and the names. He went through the work of classifying the names and putting them in categories. And the book was wrote in German, so that's why nobody introduced it to us. And when you go in the book, he don't stop for a moment when telling you when you find these people named Kem, the name represents a physical attribute, right? And the name means black. So he would translate names like Ta-Kemi. And when you guys heard me talk to Dr. Jonathan Winneman about this, without even referring to the work of Herman Ranke, he translated the name the same exact way. Ta-Kemi was the black one. So why at the end of the why at the end of the sixth dynasty does this phenomenon occur? Now think about this, going into an intermediate period, the first intermediate period probably gonna last about 150 years. And so inside of this 150 years, we got all kinds of fighting, and we talked about it a lot. A lot of the stuff is based in the South. It goes to Thebes. Now, as we know Thebes to be one of the not like the capital, but one of the chief primary cult centers that they would go back to and make the capital when things got wild up in the north. Thebes in Egyptology is one known above what we know as as Egyptian Nubia. Since Nubia is in a region, there is an Egyptian Nubia and a Sudanese Nubia. Thebes would be one known above Egyptian Nubia. As a matter of fact, we got ancient Egyptian attestations to that. There was a title made up in the 18th dynasty, the Viceroy of Kush, and his domain was everything below Thebes. Think about that. What if you was the Viceroy of Mexico and your domain was everything below LA? Then that would say somebody considers San Diego something like they know is closely associated to the people right over the border. There's not an ancient text that you could refer to that does not refer to the ancient Egyptians as black, as that'll be all over the internet. I could put 10 Greeks on the screen that did the same thing, but that's not the research question. And trust me, allow me to just build on it. But it's so relevant to the research question that we're going to see why. So between the first intermediate period and the second intermediate period, first of all, the people who win, the family, the dynasty that wins, basically, that intermediate period, it's Mentuhotep's family, the Intef family, where they say it was Mentuhotep II who reunified Upper and Lower Egypt. All right. But then you get one more dynasty, the 12th with Senroset in them, and then we fall back into an intermediate period. Now, remember that dynasties and its families, and it was primarily Mentuhotep's family who relied on the strength of the South, Wawat, and others, and they introduced the Medjay, the people of Medjay, to Egypt. They did so much associated with the South, but it was them who took Egypt, what we call Egypt, coming from Thebes. So let me put Thebes, coming from, let me put the known map up real quick. Let me see. They way down here. See Thebes? They fighting people. They all in this area. And Mentuhotep, and we got the text that show it, says he included Wawat in the Upper Egypt. So this would in turn give him more people, more soldiers, more power. So now when he goes north from Thebes, he got what he needs to beat the Heracleopolis, not the Heracleopolis, but the let me see, the Heracleopolis kings and the kings around the area of, let me see, what was they at? Was they at Asut when they was fighting? No, it was some kings right above them in the area of Thinis, if I recall, but we can look that up, in the areas of Abydos. And so that's significant. And another thing is significant is that this north area, when it started to become overrun with people who possibly brought that West Asian DNA into Egypt, they were always addressed textually, and it's noted. Now, you can find the political perspective of the ancient Egyptian left in text to be negative towards all types of foreigners, so to speak. Or I wouldn't even say foreigners, all of their neighbors to every different direction. But one thing I hardly ever found, and someone can find it, but I never find it, were complaints. Well, here's one thing. Senroset III said that no Nehesi should cross his stelae unless they were coming for trade, right? If we allow Egyptologists to tell us that he meant a people group called Nubians, then we could use that text to contradict what I'm saying. But if we understand that he took his stelae, let me show you. See, Semroset is the family right after Mentuhotep used the South to help unify Egypt. Now Mentuhotep family gone and another family come in, that Semroset family. Egypt is still unified, but what Semroset do, and it's the same thing that Mentuhotep did. We got the text where Mentuhotep said he included Wawet in the Upper Egypt. J. Mill asked me a good question, like, where is the text that shows Wawat on a gnome map, or what gnomes is those? We don't know. But that don't contradict anything, because we got another family, Semroset's family, who clearly said his stelae are called the what? Somebody type that hella quick and you be watching the show. What's Semroset's stella's called? Oh, hold on. I forgot about what I never saw in the text side 12. I'll try to. Oh, yeah, thank you. Thanks for bringing me back to that. You never saw, and I'm trying to expound on it because I'm saying the one text where you might see that and might interpret that way. You never saw the ancient Egyptian write about having a problem with Nahesi being in Egypt. You never saw that text. That text don't exist. There's no text saying we got a problem with these Nubians, these Nahesi in Egypt. Now, what I was expounding on is the one text that someone could possibly try to use to contradict that statement. And it would be in the time period of Semroset, possibly, where he says on his stelae, no Nubian should cross this line. And I'm saying if we only understand that as meaning Nubians like a people group, then we will Egyptology would prevail in saying that here's a time when they tried to keep black people, because they say Nubians is Negroes, right, out of Egypt. But in actuality, when we address the text, the context of Semroset stela, the Semroset the third Semna stele, is that he definitely give evidence that he talking about Southerners in there. Here's one reason why. If he was talking about what we call Nubians and black people, and he was putting up that stela to want to keep them out, it contradicts everything we know about the geopolitics, the ethno-geopolitics of all the area below Thebes. That's all black. So if that was his goal, he'd erect stela around Thebes, or even around Philae, and say, don't none of you Nubians translate to Negroes, come past this line. That's how Egyptology tells the story. And that was allowed to tell it like that for 50 years, till we started reading the glyphs and doing research. Now, let me show you what you can prove about that contradiction, about that fallacy without knowing how to read the glyphs. The stela that he supposedly erected, if you let Egyptology tell it, to keep the Negroes, the Nubians, out of Egypt, was erected in Semna. Bro, you want to know how far? Semna is in between the third and the second cataract. I'm going to just qualify that real quick. Semna, Egypt. Semna, Sudan. Semna. 15-mile, but it needs to show us about what cataract. Following the Semna cataract. Which cataract is the Semna cataract? We about to see it right here. Look. It's below right below the second cataract. The further down it goes proves my point all the way. Because what Simroset did was, and he even said it, what is Simroset II famous for saying? Man, these is all easy Egyptology questions. Y'all know the answer to these. Simroset is most famous for saying he extended the borders farther than his father. Somebody could say, no, that was Tutmos. That was Simroset III. Because Simroset I, and I ain't saying that this is his father, he might have said fathers. But Simroset I stelae ain't found this deep down in what we call the Sudan. So now let's follow the logic. You know how black area this is. He included all of this in the Egypt and then placed a stela right here. Now, if we understand this right, I mean, he included all of this in the Egypt. This will be called what people will call the region of Nubia. He included all of it in Egypt, and what some would call Upper Nubia is really Kush, a whole nother polity. The ones that they was beefing about, the ones that we learn about their name and the same time period when Simroset was erecting this stela. Now, on the stela, he say, you're going to get, this is me paraphrasing, you're going to get hands and feet if you cross this line. But what he say is, Nehesi. Nin Nehesi, and I don't remember the rest, something Tosh. Don't cross this line. No Nehesi should cross this line. If we take an Egyptological translation, we're going to, now not the updated ones, and I'll prove that with the TLA. I'll do it right now. But if we take the ones that prevail, the ones that most people go to because they ain't really trying to be in the field. I said trying to be in the field. I didn't say in the field. They just trying to like get it off YouTube. I could go right here and possibly just take you to definitions of how they want us to look at the term Nehes primarily. Right? Now, you're still going to see the overlap. But when we come to the proper Nehesi, the overlap is this. And they doing it right now. Let me show y'all what they doing. In this text corpus, the TLA, they telling us right here, it should be only 5 times, 5 cent. It should be 5 times where you translate Nehesi as Nubian, like a people group. See? Now what are they telling us here? Nehesi, Southerner. Secondly, Nubian, because it's connected, 72 times. They being more honest now. You got one for the feminine version, Nehesit, right? It occurs 19 times, and we should possibly refer to that first as a Southerner, second as a Nubian, however you want to get it. You know the first definition. If that ain't working, look into the second definition. So if we go back to Simroset and Stella or whatever, and we look to see, okay, why he go way down here and then say don't know Negroes cross the line, who else would be down there? It don't even make sense when we start to analyze it. Now, what makes sense is, now let me bang it in before we start doing the metal netter part, because you don't need metal netter for this. The question is, if he placed his border stela below the second cataract at Semna, That would include all of the traditional areas we know as Lower Nubia into Egypt. So then how would that have been a constructive or effective plan for keeping Negroes out of Egypt? Stupid. It don't make no sense. So what eventually happens is, and I should look and see where he even ruled from, but what eventually happens is, whatever Semroset and his family policy was, they fell off. I can tell you, they had this problem. Kush, as you see them trying to address it, and then they're going to say they rode to the end of it. One of his men say he rode to the end of Kush, right? So they already was basically saying it's hella far. Because they was talking about on their travels, they went through Nahesile and then they start talking about Kush. But whatever happened with Semroset now, we get, that's the 12th dynasty. We get the first intermediate period starting in the 13th dynasty. Second, I apologize. We get the second intermediate period starting around the 13th dynasty. So after he so-called extended the borders and all of that, they fall right off. Now, this text corpus is also good because we can do cross and comparative analysis of time, with time periods. I'm going to take y'all to the term Kemet. And we've done this 100 times. And the question is, excuse me, we look for the text where Kemet seems to be the whole entire Egypt in that time period. Right here, I like how they put the black land, and Egypt in parentheses. We got 358 of those. Let's see what it do. We're not about to look through every Kemet, and it seems like they got an earlier one now. Look where they start. See? Dating, time frame, Semroset now, but really it go earlier. With this one, they dated this text to Semro. Let me just see how this is how you be an archer, y'all. Just watch the show. I don't care. Do what we do. We archers. These is the tools you use that knocked everybody off YouTube. They was complaining about the tools. Right? They was saying, oh, if they be on the TLA all day, don't watch that show. Use them and do it. Because this is the way they can't get around you. Look how dumb I'll make it. I mean, check this out, bro. 12th dynasty. I just got through doing a long discourse about how he said he put the border of what he called Egypt way down here. Let's go look at this. This is a story from the 12th dynasty from a person who lived in the Wadi Natron. Let me show y'all something. We got to do this right. Wadi Natron. This is how you do it. This is not, we advanced past Afrocentrism. We use it and stand on it. Now they just completely can't get around it. Wadi El Natron. Look what this is. I dare any one of y'all to tell me that ain't in Egypt. Well, that's where he lived. Now, I seen I ain't gonna even talk about that right now. It just was somebody messing up the meta-netter because they teach Hebrew and then they read the meta-netter book and they just mess the meta-netter all up using EA Wallet's bud still after we keep on telling you not to do that. Talking about how netter is in the Hebrew and all this stuff. Tell me, by any definition that you have for Egypt, that the Wadi Netron ain't in it. I mean, that's a foregone. I don't even need to stay on this page no more. Can't nobody say that. And don't nobody try that. But this is how you go further to beat up the black silk. Let me show you. And this is what I had to put on Dr. Jonathan Winneman's shoulders. I'm like, bruh, we do this. You trying to tell me, look. He did come with a wonderful answer, by the way. But he want me to believe that the Wadi Netron is at a higher elevation than it might be, than the so-called black silk. Now, we understand the notion of the black silk. It comes off of the overflow of the Nile River. If we look at the Wadi Netron and whatever line it would be on, whatever lateral line or whatever it would be on, we can clearly see all you got to do, if you beseech, yeah, there you go, Afro Times. If you beseech the black silk, you don't have to go down to anything, right? What you have to do is go east. See, you don't got cars. You ain't got all that. You not going out your way. You're going to take the shortest route. If you take the long route, it's for a reason. That's just man. That's just animals. Nothing's taking the long route without for a reason. So in this text, Saketi says, behold to his wife, Mek, I am about to go down to Egypt, they say, to buy food for my children. Again, where did he live? He lived right here. Now let's analyze it from the good question that the Afro Times just asked. And then I'm going to show the analysis that we done on this, just to show that even before I posed the question to the lead Egyptologist at UCLA, I'm not going to, man, I dare if I make a fool of myself like that. And he had something he could unturn that I don't know about. As y'all see, that didn't happen. And so here's the thing. He's just sharp and good and honest with it, right? And so he started focusing on the word down. Because if you're living in the Wadi Netron and you tell your wife, I'm about to go down to Kemet, he didn't say Egypt. That's the point. And I'm proving it by showing you where the Wadi Netron is. What else are we proving? That Kemet was not all of Egypt at this time period. And what time period is when the term got introduced? 12th dynasty. Right? And we ain't even getting, we gonna understand the second and intermediate period way better after this breakdown. So don't even trip off how long it takes. He gonna go down to Kemet. Now, I can show you how to analyze that, and it's been done. I think he used her best somewhere. Let's look it up. So he used height, right? All you gotta do is go do the homework on height. and see how ancient Egyptians use that term. And every time, as I can stand with confidence in front of Professor Jonathan Winterman, you won't find an instance where Hayi ain't descended upon something in the sense of it being down. Because sometimes Heru might Hayi out of the sky. Now, since I just said that, let me click it. Because I might have made that up. 950 instances of this term. First of all, let's go back. To descend, to fall, or to strike. So he ain't about to fall. I mean, you know, even if you're going to fall, we say that now, I'm going to fall through. Right? But no, he going to descend is never to, let's just look at this descension. And the question is, where is he descending from? Now, Winterman argued that he was descending from a higher elevation. Right? But luckily in the text, he gave us a destination location. Now look, to go down to the water. In that sense, that would be looking like coming from a high. I would give that to a heightened elevation. You know, let's go down to the water. It don't have to be. We could be going south. May the milk fall down. So again, that's in the sense of descending upon something. The very beautiful descent into the grave of the earth. If we continue along these lines, we get a sense of how high he is used. Get down, big God. So now it's like down, which doesn't separate it from south, but it doesn't mandate that the person meant south. I went out of my city and left my district after I spoke the truth there. He went out of my city and descended from my district. So he's just leaving it. That ain't a sense of, you know, may he happily descend into the grave. And so what I had to say is true, that he didn't say going south. He said he's going to descend. He's going to go down to Egypt. Right? Now let's go back and look at that text again. Because he didn't just leave us hanging. If you go into this text, I'm sorry, I said Egypt. He said he's going to go down to Kemet. Now, when we go in, and that's particular for this conversation, that I don't mess that up. But for other conversations, it don't really be mattering. Right? Now, look. He's going to tell you where he's going. So why would you even try that? Look, behold, I'm about to go down to Kemet in the Medjay to buy food for my children. So he ain't going to the black dirt to buy food. Then he went and got all his goods. I ain't gonna even just read it because it'll take a while. But he basically go get all his food and stuff, right? And he load up the stuff and he tell them, y'all got food to eat. Now look, now this farmer said to his wife, behold, there's bushels of barley. He tell them y'all got food to eat and bread and beer for every day. For him or her, whatever. You can read the whole story. It's called The Eloquent Peasant, 12th Dynasty. Now, here you go. This farmer, he's going to descend upon Egypt again, went down to Egypt after he had loaded his donkeys and vines and rushes. But we're going to get to the one point where he started to say a location. Here it is. This countryman set out on his journey south. Killed them. Now you can't even play with me. So where is Kemet? See, we getting closer. First, we know to him, it wasn't all of Egypt. And he's going there. It's a destination location. It ain't like black silk, found all from the top to the bottom. This countryman set out on a journey south, killed them. To where? So I'm not saying Heracleopolis magma is Kemet. But now let's go look on the map. But because we don't know, what. They didn't say, and that's right about here. Right? Now that makes sense because he was in Wadi Natron. He wanted to descend, go down to Kemet. If you wanted to just get some black silk, you're going to just ride to the east. He says south and then indicates some things that he wanted to do around Heracleopolis. Heracleopolis. I can't say that shit. I don't like people saying Greek shit for Egypt anyway. Nen Nisu. See how easier that is? Feel me? Who the hell? This Hercules? Heracleopolis. Anyway. And so that is the indication. I'm not saying this is Kemet. I'm not saying what, but all I say is what the text say. This countryman set out on a journey south to Heracleopolis magma. And so here's what he says. And then he's going to reach a district of something. Now, is that inside of Heracleopolis magma? Because this is when he start having beef. He doesn't reach his destination yet. And then reach the district or the region of Perfifi, north of Medinet. So that all calls into question a lot of stuff. Now, really, I want to begin to get into the second intermediate period in this hour. Because after Senroset went all the way down here, Senroset III went all the way down here and said, look, man, this is the new border of Egypt, right? That kind of killed the argument that he was doing that against black people. What he really was doing it against was these people, the polity of Kush, right? Trying to make sure he didn't have no beef with that. Now, how did he even know about that? Is because coming out of the first intermediate period, these Thebians, Mentuhotep them, think about it, 11th dynasty, the family and rule right before him, went down here and said what? I included Wawat in the Upper Egypt, Mentuhotep II. So now he come back with all these warriors. Now you could go look at the 2021 Kushite excavations and see that they found all kind of Medjay burial pan graves right in Kush. Now it calls into question what we believe about the people who lived in that eastern desert. Because their burial traditions is exactly the same as some new Kushite excavations that we found. But what it allowed Mentuhotep to do was introduce Egypt to people we know as the Medjay, the archers, who helped him come back up and reunify Egypt as he came back up. So now we got this problem. The first Senroset going down here, focusing and taking his people down there, guess what happened? Some boys got strong in the north. Right? And then they about to start this thing we start talking about. This is the early incursion of the Hyksos and stuff. Now, these are foreign rulers, right? Not just, these are foreign rulers. I don't want you to think of Hyksos as a people group. I'm gonna go right here and just read this. The second intermediate period from 1700 to 1550 BC, it marks a period that ancient Egypt was divided into smaller dynasties for a second time between the end of the Middle Kingdom and the start of the New Kingdom. The concept of the second intermediate period generally includes 13th through the 17th dynasties. Right? However, there is no universal agreement in Egyptology about how to define the period. It is best known period for when the Hyksos, People of West Asia. That's kind of like said wrong. But notice this. People of West Asia, they established the 15th dynasty and ruled from Avaris, which according to Manetho's Egyptica was founded by a king by the name of Salitis, whatever. Salitis. The settlement of these people may have occurred peacefully, although later recounted by Manetho portrayal of the Hyksos as a violent conquering and oppressor of Egypt. Violent conquerors and oppressors of Egypt. I ain't gonna read the whole wiki, but you can read it. But let's listen to this. The 12th dynasty of Egypt ended in the late 19th century BC with the death of Queen Sobek Neferu. She had no heirs, causing the dynasty to come to an abrupt end, and with it, the most prosperous era of the Middle Kingdom. It was succeeded by the much weaker 13th dynasty. According to the Byzantine chronologist George Cincellus, whatever. Cincellus or whatever. All three sources of the translated kings list of Africanus Eusebius and the Armenian of Eusebius state that the 13th dynasty had 60 kings that ruled. I don't want to read this. 60 kings that ruled and lived in Diopolis for roughly 453 years. I don't want to read what Eusebius and these dudes said about it. Sorry about that. I don't care what they said, bro. All right, here we go. This is the part we want to talk about. Now remember, just let me read what they say to you. Migration to Thebes. When was a time when all the people when was a time when all the Egyptians went and just got up and went down south? Now, they talking about so many West Asians coming in that the people was like, we the Thebes. What is Thebes? One nome above Egyptian Nubia. Migration to Thebes. In the 13th dynasty switched to Thebes in the far south, possibly in the reign of Nefertari I. It says Daphne Ben Tor believes that this event was triggered by the invasion of the eastern delta and the Memphite region by Canaanite rulers who had their own culture, a variant of the contemporary late Palestinian Middle Bronze Age culture of the southern Levant. For some authors, this marks the end of the Middle Kingdom and the beginning of the Second Intermediate Period. This analysis is rejected by Ryholt and Baker, however, who note that the stela of Sehenra, it says Sa'ankh-Patai, reigned during the end of the dynasty, strongly suggests that he had reigned over Memphis. This stela is unknown. The stela is of unknown provenance. Through the 13th dynasty, though the 13th dynasty may have controlled Upper Egypt, the 14th dynasty ruled Lower Egypt, and both houses agreed to coexist on allowing trade. Eventually, the rulers had trouble with securing power with their territory. I'm trying to look around my microphone. With their territory being replaced in rapid fashion. While other factors like famine may have played a part, the eventual collapse of the 13th dynasty became the opening of two smaller dynasties to take control of Egypt. So hold on, let's slow down. I'm only coming to this so you can see Wiki tell you about the migration to Thebes because of all this West Asian DNA coming in. Did I say that wrong? I'm still here. I was waiting for an answer. All right, let me read that again. The 13th dynasty switched to Thebes as far as possible. Okay, the 13th dynasty switched to Thebes. But really, it is because of an invasion of the Eastern Delta and the Memphite region by Canaanite rulers who had their own culture. Now, it wasn't just by Canaanite rulers, it was a whole bunch of Canaanite people. Now, here's the thing. When we learn the language, we learn the word Hyksos ain't right. So we want to go investigate who these people was, we got to use the right terminology. Watch how this line up. So the terminology we use for the people that he ruled over, these West Asians coming in, a lot of people can tell you. It is A'amu, or probably A'am, right? A'amu would be multiple. So let me try this. Let's see. So what we're going to go do is go to the same time period for those people. The West Asians coming in. Right? Now, notice here. Now, this is what I want you to notice. The glyph, it's a lot to notice when you start reading the glyphs, and it be hella fun to learn, and it give you heightened understanding. There go your magic. That's all the magic you're going to get is heightened understanding. You might touch them and feel a hit of dopamine or something. You feel me? But the heightened understanding that make you be able to speak authoritatively with no credentials is the magic you going to get. The undebunkable statements, that's magic. So yeah, learning the meta is magical. It make you have your superhero when in scholarship. When people try to tell you something, you can just say you wrong. Let me just show you this. This is what I mean, and it goes right along with what I'm saying, and it ain't even got nothing to do with it. Check this out, what I mean. I was coming to show you that the A'amu is the Asiatics. But the glyph that is used to indicate a foreigner is A'am. It ain't Nehes. The actual throw stick is called A'am. Y'all see that? So all throughout the glyphs, they use this throw stick to indicate foreigners. And it also means the West Asians who came in, who now modern Egyptians got 80% West Asian DNA. So the ancient Egyptians knew, and now I could know, because I can read the glyphs. I don't really need, when you live your life, you don't need everybody to know. You can just be chilling. But you definitely trying to make sure they know. If people don't want to hear it, you can see that. You can't see that the throw stick, which is the universal glyph for a foreigner, is called A'am. And then you put a A'am and you got your Asiatics. You put A'amu and you got your big group of Asiatics. Right? Now, look at all of these. All of these are derivatives of A'am, the root. The root is right here, the throw stick. It would appear. But we're going to go look at this, and I'm just going to be fair to this, and I'm going to go to the same time period that we're talking about to see was indeed there some need to denote particular things at this time period, right? And so we're going to try to look at stuff up. That's them punishing Asiatics in the foreign land. An Asiatic in an excellent estate with an excellent estate or something. 12th dynasty. Let's go back. This is 12th dynasty too. This is on the stela of I. It says the Asiatic Ptah, right? So we could go in there and look if this is a pejorative or not, but what I want to find is one particular tale that's talking about Egypt in that time period. But this says, I cried out victory on his back, and every Asiatic roared. I'm pretty sure that, this is Sinuhe or whatever. So we know that story. What we're looking for is, for the Asiatics shall not bury you. Basically, that was like, you can't even die in Canaan. We're going to bring you, you need to come back to Egypt. I'm going through various different stories. This is all different lines of the same story. Sinuhe has come back. Now, I swear this is the most crazy. However, they wanted to try to make blackness look ugly and stuff. Then in the 60s, they had to come up with black is beautiful to contradict that. You know what? The outsiders of Egypt, you can find old texts where they referring to blackness as some ugly. Like, I don't like the Bible because it say some shit like, I am black, but I am you. But don't butt me after black. Throw that book out, please, just because of that sentence. I am black, but you never find that in Egypt. It's always pro-black. You think I'm playing? Well, look at this. You find me a text where the ancient Egyptian condescend. Well, let me think about it. Most texts referring to ancient, the way the ancient Asiatics look, they be like, what the hell, man? Ugh. Most texts referring to the Nahesi are in awe and reverence of how decked out they be. You just seen Reggie just show them, you say you look like a great black Nubian. Well, this is Sinuhe. He was an Egyptian. He went to go live amongst the Asiatics in the same time period. 12th dynasty. We still learning more about the first intermediate period. We don't want to take this as a true story, but this is letting us know how they thought about the time period. All you got to do is read. This is when Sinuhe, and in this story is relevant to what we talking about too, because this is the 12th dynasty. Guess what he said? He said, I need to come back and be buried in Kemet. And we get indications that Kemet ain't the all of Egypt in this text too. Because there's a word, Kenu, which can be translated as a residence. See, this shouldn't happen this much. It can be translated as a residence, or you can translate it as the interior. Now, if he says, I've been living amongst the Asiatics, I became a king, but I don't want to be buried amongst the Asiatics. I want to be buried in Kemet. And the king of the 12th dynasty, which he might have been referring to one of the Simro Set since it's the 12th dynasty, told him, okay, you want to be buried in Kemet? Cool, come back. You can be buried in Kenu. See? So now we trying to figure out what Kemet mean, and if you allow that translation, okay, you can be buried in the residence. All right, that's cool. But he could have been said, you will be buried in the interior, or in this another particular, both of them are destination location. It would have been his residence, and you would have had to actually get there. But the same way that he's saying, you're not just going to be buried in any part of the land. You will be buried in, the Kenu, right? In the interior. But what I was just saying about how they address the Asiatics, let's read this line. This is when he returned and the king and his wife seen him. It says, His Majesty said to the king's wife, look, Sinuwe has come back as an Asiatic, as a creature of the Bedouins. So when they seen him in Kemet, they like, check this fool out. This fool looked like a straight Asiatic. What do you think happened next? If I click this text and the wife start crying and the kids start screaming, am I being harsh? If I click the next sentence of this text and the king's wife let out a loud shriek and all the kids start crying because he looked like an Asiatic, and then now you're going to tell me the modern DNA got 80% Asiatic DNA? How you reconcile that? Click the sentence. You got to be reading these texts to know them. So what happened next? Translate to English. She let out a very loud scream. Oh, man, I wasn't even coming here. We're going to keep going because we got periods to talk about. But we right in that time period. What the kids do? And the king's children were in a scream. I didn't make that up. They seen him come back looking like an Asiatic. But that ain't the tale I'm even coming here to show you. Yeah, they was like, hell no. So ask me, what did they look like? See? Now show me a text where they like, ugh, you look like a damn Nahesi. So we're going to continue because we're still in the 12th dynasty. This is a different letter, and they are addressing the servant. I discovered that this Asiatic had drank it. So he drank somebody's beer or his honey. Now here we also see the research Brother Reggie provided us with, that people were equated to cattle. It's cool. But right here, they equate the Asiatics to sacrificial cattle. So now we know there's levels to cattle. And one was the divine cattle. And Egypt called them Kemet, just like they called themselves. And the sacrificial cattle, right now, they calling the Asiatics the sacrificial cattle. And I think that's the, yet. Let's look. The daily offerings. So they took that as the daily offering. So they took that as the sacrificial cattle, because these are the cattle that can be sacrificed. Now this sentence reads, his or her slaughterhouse was full, or it consisted of the children of the enemy. The sacrificial cattle consisted of Asiatics. What time period is this? Simro said the first. 12th dynasty still going into this intermediate period. And now we see he trying to control that problem, right? As he went down and included more of Nubia into Egypt. Think about that. Don't let that be taught no other way. Contradict my statement. Simro said did go down. He just didn't go down to Simna. His son extended the border further than or his heirs because they got a lineage. I think they got a separation by a person or two. Right? So that was his 12th dynasty attestation of, of people coming in from those areas. But we're going to finally get to the text we're looking for. And it'll say the same things, but in a more critical way. Here we find a Nubian that they're conjecting, and they put and the Asiatic burning here. But notice they don't even got the word, so I don't know why they can check that bound person says a Nubian. But I'll read what they say. The Nubian, the Asiatic, or the Asian burning here. 12th dynasty. They brought them silver, 220 Devon, small large stock made in the skin, 56 pieces, 1,002 Asiatics. Right? And that's what they brought back in that time period. You can find texts where they say they brought back this many Nubians. I'm not doing that. I'm looking for a particular text, right? And so let me hurry up and get to it so we can just continue. So the text I'm looking for is a 12th dynasty. Well, they say it might be addressing the 12th dynasty. Now notice, here goes Simroset III, who went down and put that stela down there. And the soldiers of the army unite to fight with the Asiatics. Second intermediate period. Where did they migrate down to? Thebes. Who they fighting with? Asiatics. What part about that don't we understand when we talk about Black Egypt? And the soldier, now, let me click into this text, because this is gonna be the one of the texts where he say that about the Nubians, right? And we're gonna look and see is what I'm saying fair. But notice here, His Majesty, a good start setting out of the residence, right? In good health, and then Sakemi fell together with the wretched retinue. The retinue are Canaanites. They only tell you, they wrote a book called Wretched Cush. If you do the analysis in any primary text, Canaanites are called wretched more than Nubians. Wretched is a term used politically, kind of like to be like they foul, right? So while I was acting as a rear guard for the army, and the soldiers of the army united to fight with the Asiatics. And I struck the Asiatic. I had his weapon taken. By two soldiers without him stopping fighting. My face turned against the enemy without me turning my back to the Asiatic. Then Simroset lives, and I have spoken the truth. Excuse me. Let's see if he start going to the south. He talking about he got the staff of Electrum for my hand and the sheath together with the dagger adorned with Electrum and the heredity noble, the local prince of firm of souls and quiet of step, loyal to the one who established him. Those who renown the Lord of the two lands gave whose love advances his position. The great officer of the city, Da'a, says, I made for myself this tomb chapel. I gotta read all this. I don't want to hear about you making a tomb. We're gonna keep it going. The chief officer of the city says, I was born in the year 27 under His Majesty of Upper Lower Egypt, the Majesty King of Upper and Lower Egypt, ascended by the Majesty of the King of Upper and Lower Egypt, Hakaura, justified as the King of Upper and Lower Egypt. I ain't gonna, trust me, they just repeating these. Let's get to the point. And he was given 60 men. All right, look, now here you go, to be fair. Now watch this. It says, His Majesty caused by His Majesty that I was appointed followers of the ruler, and I was given 60 men. His Majesty sailed, right, southward. That'll be upstream, in order to overthrow the Nubians. Now let's look at this. This is what I want to analyze. Who is he really trying to even throw? Right here. This don't say Nubians. Read the glyphs. That say Seti, right? Now, Anuyu is the bowman. you could say you win to TU. I knew TU. Right here is the Bowman belonging to Seti. It don't say Ta. The Bowman belonging to Seti, right? These three pillars are really Anu, the same three pillars that's on Terra Neter's palette. But they become associated with Bowman in the south. But this ain't out of Egypt. It's going to get out of Egypt. But what you notice here is they say in order to overthrow the Nubians, making you who can't read Medu Neter think that they're trying to overthrow the Nubians. It don't even say the Bowman belonging to the south. Oh, the Bowman belonging to Seti. This says Nubians. If I click this, it won't say Nubians anymore. It shouldn't. It should say Seti. Oh, yeah, they got that. I don't know why they got that as Nubian. Because they still going along with that. But this actually translates to Seti. And if they saying that's, okay, cool, whatever. Let's keep going. But y'all know that shit. I ain't got to. Now, this is when he start to strike the Nubian. Now, watch at the end of this. He going to be through Nehesi and he going to be in Kush. We should ask a question here because these are the texts to analyze whether he's talking about a person of a particular people group, right? Or Nehesi, like a southerner. Now, if you look at the word Nehesi, it has a person bound behind it, right? And so he on his way south. And then I struck the Nubian. This is their translation. Then I struck the Nubian at Kef, at the side of the troop of my city. And then I sailed north in the following with 6 men of the residents. And he appointed me as a supervisor of the country, and I was given 100 men in reward. Now, he had 60 men when he left. Now he said he was given 100 men in reward. We should know how to, try to learn how to interpret that. But it was in this same text, I thought that at the end, or maybe it says something about Cush, but maybe it's in the next text. Still, we still all in the precursors to the first intermediate period. So let me just get back to the text line. If you say, okay, that looked like he was talking about a member of a particular people group, I'll say, okay, that text was Senroset the first, and that you should remember that when you want to further analyze that, when you want us to talk about that further. I'm still in the 12th dynasty too, right? I'm talking about an Asiatic servant. Let me see. Oh man, I'm just going out. The story about to pop right up, but they talk about Asiatics so much in the story of Sinuwe and during this 12th dynasty that it's just taking me a little bit of a search. But we doing it. Shout out to people in the building. I see y'all. Thanks for supporting the channel. When y'all support the channel and make the show go, make me want to stream. Right? So thank you. Let me see. And Eric, go on and say something in the chat if you came in and ain't said nothing in the chat yet. So I'm going to just tell y'all know the story of Ipu-Ur. And I could get to it from many sources, but I just was trying to get to it this way. And I struck the Asiatic. So they struck the Nubian, they struck the Asiatic, but we about to look for this next person who's detailing the collapse of Egypt in an intermediate period. Of course, he's not calling the intermediate period. He's just talking about all these Asiatics coming into, he should have been saying all this West Asian DNA, right? coming into Egypt, and you don't see no real Egyptians around anymore anywhere. Would y'all? I know y'all who know the text, y'all know that exists. But think about it. If you don't know the text, would you believe that that exists the way that? Why is we almost at all the way at Kamos, man? Because then we're gonna have to. That's in the intermediate period. I know why, because I think they took this text I'm talking about and dated it later, but they said the setting was during the intermediate period. So we reading some Kamos, and he addressed, during the same periods he addressed, man, I'm going to pull it up from another source because it's taking me too long. Right? Or maybe I can see if I can pull it up with the meta-net. Hold up. Oh, no, that don't seem like that's going to work. But I know what will work. Let me see. All right, his name is Ipu. Ipu Art. Ipu is like a great account of something. I mean, Ipu is an account of something. Art means great. And so Ipu Art seemed to be talking about the great account. But I'm not finding it that way right now. So let me see something else. Man, I can just pull up Ipu Art right off of anything. What we learned by reading, and I ain't even tripping, what we learned by reading Ipu Art is that indeed they were speaking and make statements against all of these Asiatics coming into Egypt during this time period. And let me think of a word that's in Ipu Art. And the problem that it caused for Egypt. So how did that work? That today, when we do our genetic studies, they'll tell you that the modern Egyptian don't got indigenous African DNA. They got at least 80% West Asian DNA or something crazy like that, right? And then when you look at ancient texts, whoever the ancient Egyptians were, was trying to keep West Asians out of Egypt. It seems like somebody's been had. It seems like you've been had. Like they told you something that can't be proven if you look hard enough. So I'm going to just pull up Ipu Art from a traditional source. And just read it. And just read it. Now look, people try to equate it with the Exodus, all that stuff. You find it on hella biblical sites, right? Because they try to say, look, here is oh yeah. Somebody said Internet Archive is down, man. That's ridiculous. You can't have Internet Archive down. That's like Wiki being down. All right, we're about to read some of this text. Not all of the text. You can read it yourself. Ipu are the admonitions of an Egyptian sage, some people call it. I just want you to see certain things. Come on, ads, get off the page. There's certain places in here where he complaining particularly about the Asiatics coming in messing up Egypt. Let me just read this if I could get it on the screen right. Without all these ads, man. Golly. All right, look. Chapter 1 says, the doorkeeper says, let us go and plunder. The confectioners, the washermen refuse to carry his load. The bird catchers have drawn up in line of battle. The inhabitants of the delta carry shields. The brewer's sad. The man regards his son as an enemy, confusing another. Come and conquer, judge what was ordained for you in the time of Horus, in the age of the Aeneid. The virtuous man goes in mourning because of what has happened in the land. Blank goes, the tribes of the desert have become Egyptians everywhere. Right? Now he's going to say, right there he said the tribes of the desert. He didn't say nothing about Asiatics in particular, but let's keep going. They say here, they're saying he's just describing all Egypt being in peril. But I want you to hear more about what he's saying. Now look, chapter 3. Indeed, the desert is throughout the land. The nomes are laid to waste, and barbarians from abroad have come to Egypt. We're talking about textual, possibly not real, but it might have been, we ain't saying it is historical because we're looking at a historical document, but I don't want nobody to believe that this was him writing down an actual event. It lines up with this actual event, and it could just be that this occurrence was so overwhelming that you could just write a fictitious or a real story. But the way that it occurs, it don't necessarily line up with no other stories about the time period besides the incursion of all these people coming in and displacing the original Egyptians. Now, from what I read so far, you think, why did he just say displacing the original Egyptians? Well, all we got to do is read the next sentence. And it says this in the Medjay. Indeed, men arrive, and there's a blank, and it says, and indeed, there are no Egyptians anywhere. So now there seems to be some type of a problem where even we could go look at particular texts like this and find out that from that perspective, somebody was standing in this land like, man, who is all these people coming in and why it ain't no real, but now we call ancient Egyptians wasn't even there to him. Dang, this seems like I'm in a soft debate against somebody saying the modern Egyptians is the ancient Egyptians. What would he be able to say to this if it was his turn to present in the next couple hours? Ain't nothing to discredit. So let's go look again. Or I have stopped on that Hyksos and what Benito said. I just was expounding on this. Let's see what information they give us about it. Talked about the migration of Thebes. Now, I want you to look at this. Look at the name of all these rulers. Yakbin, Sekhanra. When did a Yakbin? When did any Yak anything? Keep it a buck. Yakbin. So when you see a Y start a word in ancient Egyptian, it's not really, it ain't hella words that start like that. You probably got you and a few of them, but a lot of them don't start with a Y. Ya'amu, Nebusara. Where is my uncle? They trying to figure that out. Like, what's this? We got all of these. These are rulers, what they call Hyksos, which indeed were around in this time period we're talking about. First intermediate period. We got Ahotep Ra. Where they tell you clearly, Aamu, you see right here, could mean the Asiatic. So do you understand what's going on here? To the ancient Egyptian, no one with all that West Asian DNA was an ancient Egyptian. Is that confusing? These are rulers of foreign land that they spoke out against and had a problem with. And I just showed you a text that was like, dang, it ain't even no real Egyptians around nowhere. Let me know in the chat what's confusing about that. If that's being purveyed kind of clearly, maybe put a 1 up in the chat or something. That'd be cool. Get active. Just let me know, so I don't have to keep on beating a dead horse. Now, this is something we want to point out. Look at this, y'all. Trip off this. And this is how we start to understand the relationship between the Southerner and some of these Westerners. You see, people be lying and be like, them West, hey, thank you, Crenshaw. People be lying and be like, well, you know, some of them people was there for a long time, but they didn't come in. We don't get no textual attestations that they came in numbers like this before this. You know, they talk about them a little in other periods, but, you know. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Venom K. But right now, the ones claiming it got 80% of the DNA of these people that they was trying to fight against. Right? So as we go through all of these rulers of the 14th dynasty, and I think I'm correct on that, right? Your 14th dynasty, we come to one, and let's read what it says. First of all, it says, we got to read and see what they be saying, y'all. Look, the contested rulers, that means there's some contention. With the translations of the nomens are these right here. Now look what it say next. The most attested, non-contested ruler of the dynasty is Nehesi Asherah. Asherah, all right? Now, they said that Aamu, Ahotep Ra, could mean the Asiatic. Well, the most attested of this dynasty of foreign rulers, because we understand that Hyksos don't mean a people group, is Nehesi. That's hella funny, right? A Nubian. Now, let's check out Nehesi so we're going to start understanding it. Now we in the second intermediate period graciously. We all up in that thing. Now look at this. Look at what they say. Left his name on 2 monuments at Avaris. You see? So that's an issue. Because the way that we learned about Avaris, it was supposed to be some people called the Hyksos that lived there. But we learned that Hyksos wasn't a people group. It just meant foreign rulers. And now we see that the most attested, at least in this time period, the 14th dynasty, was actually a Nubian. Remember when I had my show like Hyksos ain't Hyksos, they made that up. People was getting all mad at me. Remember when I showed us that the first reference to a Hyksos was to a Nubian? Let's see if the TLA didn't fix that now. I mean, it ain't nothing they had to fix. I'm going to type the English in here to see if this what happens. Ain't nothing supposed to happen, but they might lead you on the trail. It ain't no Hyksos. Now look, let's go. They're going to lead you on the proper trail. Now watch this. Watch how this happens. And this is, again, the real meta-net of magic, not that fake shit they be doing. Watch this. Y'all want to see magic? I typed in Hyksos. Everything you learned in most of the earlier sources told us that was some West Asians who came in as foreign rulers. So now we're in one of the most qualified text corpuses to see how this term was used. It says foreign rulers of foreign countries, general, Hyksos, rulers of foreign countries. Just like it says Southerners, Nubians, and I keep telling you all these second people groups that they created aren't a real thing. Now let's prove this. Rulers of foreign countries, Hyksos, it got 5 attestations like this of Haka, which is one word, and Kasut, which is another word. Rulers, foreign lands. They took Haka, Kasut, and translated it into Greeks and said Hyksos and said it means shepherd kings. Josephus did that. Now when I click this, let's see what happens. It'll let us get to the 5 attestations that are in the text corpus. And as they come up, I'm saying peace to the chat. Let me see. It's taking too long for some reason. All right. So if they got them in chronological order, this is the first mention. This is going to bust your damn wig. This is the first Simroset, the first, is the first historical mention in the text corpus, right, of what they said was Hyksos. Now remember, we understand it to be correct, but the way that it's taught is incorrect. Because when we go back to these people, if you understand what we teach, that they only found 6 people who can actually be called Hyksos, you're going to see why. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And they ruled over a people called Aamu. It is because the ancient Egyptian word says Haka at the beginning, which is indicating a ruler. Because Sat indicates where he rules. That don't got nothing to do with a people. Imagine if your people was the rulers. All that fanciful shit, that's like, we was kings. We was kings and queens. So then, what? If we was all kings and queens, who did we rule over? Each other? No, one of us was a king, and the rest was subjects. And some of us was even stupid, and some of us were getting through disciplinary action. So yeah, we was kings, with not the way some of us acting. Think about We Was Kings and think about some of them other shows that we be watching. You feel me? Nah, they was vagabonds and dummies. We had to figure out how to control people like them. But anyway, I don't want to get off point. Sorry. So of the 6, Nehesi's the most attested. Now that's funny, because you thought this meant Asiatics, but these is contested, and it really means Nehesi the most attested. The most attested Hyksos is a Nubian. I'm doing that with Wiki. That's y'all playground. Let me take y'all to where we work with it and watch how really your mask get cracked. You just seen me. I'm going to do it again just so everybody see the process. Look how this works. Hakakasut. It translates to Hyksos. You think that's in West Asian people. Click it to see the use of it in a text corpus, how the ancient Egyptians actually used the term. It's going to give you the first use of it. First, let's identify it in the transliteration. You see Haka, see? They left out the nu, and then the kasat. Let me show you it in the meta-netter. Excuse me. Here go the Haka. Let me show you. Haka. They left out the nu. You see it scratched out. They didn't leave it out. It's omitted from the wall. Somebody scratched it out in the last 3,000 years of history. And here's the kasat. Foreign lands. This. Damn, I'm about to wound y'all goddamn wig. Why you rocking with the best? You rocking with the best. And that's not me. It's the Medjay archers. Watch this. There go your Haka, right? There go your Kasat. That's a Hyksos. But who was they talking about? Read the meta-netter before that. All you got to do is go to this word right here, what that say. Anybody put up what that say, and damn, you're going to say, how that just happened? Because I said, man, well, he the Medjay, man. That say Medjay right there. Medjay, the land of the Medjay. Them archers, right? So the first Hyksos was some Medjay. Y'all don't believe it? I'm about to show you again. Thank you, Yuri. Now we're going to go to the English to let the English just beat the brain off them. Now what they're going to do is not put Hyksos. But look, overseer of all the duties of the door of the foreign countries consisting of the ornaments of the king, one to whom were reported the Anu gifts of the Medjay. Now, why does it say of the Medjay? Of the people of the land of Medjay, or of the Medjay, right? Consisting of the tribute of the what? Here go your Hyksos, right there. The rulers of the foreign countries. Oh my God. Let's go back to Wiki for the fun of it. Do you see the rulers of the foreign countries? Go back to Wiki. What does it say? Hyksos mean. Rulers of foreign lands. Y'all thought the Hyksos was Asiatic. Ain't no people group Hyksos. This is what we learning. It's rulers. Now, we got to deal with this because we got this intermediate period popping. We also show a few things. But first, I want to read what Wiki said. You got to read this right here. His name means, Nehesi how you say? Asarah, right? Left the name on 2 monuments at Avaris. His name means the Nubian. According to Raiho, he was the son of the direct successor of the pharaoh Shishi and a Nubian queen Tati. So let's slow down. How you in Avaris, right? Way up, let me show you. Way up, I got it highlighted already. Look, way up here First of all, you a Nubian king right there in one of them periods. But before that, you a Nubian queen married to a Hyksos. Crazy, right? They don't even teach us the intermediate periods like that, huh? Now remember, there was a migration. Now, I need to point something out. When they say Nubian here, right? And then I'm going to give y'all a chance to, I'm going to give some, because y'all know this to cook in this channel, and I don't even get to cook enough. And then I don't even be looking out for myself, right? I don't even, so I'm going to take a break. You feel me? And then we're going to come back strong, talk and finish this up shortly. But what we realize is during the 14th dynasty, one of the rulers that we thought represented the whole people was actually a person named Nehesi who ruled from Avaris. We also noted that something occurred with the rulership up here, whatever the uncontested rulers did, it made there be a migration to where? Thebes, right? Now, we about to talk about this because the same thing that happened in the first intermediate period is going to happen again, but we about to do this like it's supposed to be done. Let me give me some music real quick. I'm about to take a break, and I don't need y'all to go nowhere. Look, we live in effect. We doing our thing. But you know, I'll just be cooking. So I'm going to take a little break. Matter of fact, I'm going to put, on another note, I'm going to put that on the screen. And then I'm going to play some music, and we be right back. Help people to keep it popping, let it go. And thank y'all for everybody who already contributed. I see y'all. I'll be right back, and don't go nowhere because we just going to take an intermission in this class. Go get you some water, and we're going to keep learning and cooking. Let me play this right. I'll play, no, that's too short. It ain't going to give me a good enough break. Gotta play something, give me a cool little break. Like this. Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but then homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amon-Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rappers slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a cuckoo feet. I'm like Norma, the agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the jewels, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me. A doctor save me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor, y'all claim woke. But you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's to Harker Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like brother Jabari. Scope in the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit through. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Look.
You showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask Divine or Zion Lax. Just get that microphone ready.
That's right.
With Metal Netta, I'm sorry.
Go on and hit that cash app. Stop playing, man. I'm still on break, though. I'll be back.
Still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. You cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a Medjay orchard, you a sad guy talking. And I'm a work 'cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh.
That's cool. I had to just kick back for a minute. Couple hours of talking like that. I'm about to get up and go out and get a shaking on my. I'll be just sitting, wasting hell of time sitting here. Not wasting time, building my channel, but you know. And shout out to everybody who's been on that album. Cats like that album. I like that album too. A lot of times I make an album, I like it, but I don't be listening to it hella much. I've been listening to that record. You listen to that in the car, you got a nice sound system, you're going to be like, damn, Kemet is knocking. But yeah. It is what it is. So we tripped off that about the Hyksos, huh? Now, look at this. It says the 14th dynasty was overthrown by the Hyksos. Well, let's go back. Who you think this was? They say right here that he was likely a founder of 11th blood, 14th dynasty. How about this? This Asiatic blooded ruler. You see how this works? So, they foreign rulers, but let's go. Let's keep going how Wiki tell the story. Hold on. The 14th dynasty was overthrown by the Hyksos. 15th dynasty. The Hyksos established their own dynasty and used the 15th dynasty. The first king of the 15th dynasty, Salatias, described the Hyksos, Hyksos, a shepherd, according to Africana. See? That's where everybody got messed up. That's why I was like, I don't want to hear what Afrikaners them say. When Hyksos got turned to a shepherd right here, it led people into the occupation, it says, led his people into an occupation of the Nile Delta area and settled his capital at Avaris. According to Manetho, Stelae is believed to have conquered the entirety of Egypt. However, it's more likely that his rule did not extend beyond Lower Egypt. This may be equated to a poorly known king named Sharek, and is possibly even Shishi. Right? Says the most attested ruler of the second intermediate period. The Turin kings indicated that there were 6 Hyksos kings. All right, and so if it wasn't the last 6, now check this out. Let's peep how they dealt with the Thebans. The 15th dynasty of Egypt ruled out of Avaris, but did not control the entire land, leaving some of the northern Upper Egypt under the control of both the Abydos dynasty of the earlier 16th dynasty. The 16th dynasty was ruled not by the Hyksos themselves, but by Thebans. So what starts to happen? That South still got it popping, right? Even though they tried to establish something in the north, the 16th dynasty was still a Theban family ruling from the south, one nome above. Now, why would they go to Thebes and do that and sit one nome above? So they can be right next to the military barracks damn near. Yeah, I didn't take a long enough break. Y'all ain't hearing me. This be work. I ain't taking long. I'll let this whole album play. We chilling. I'll be chilling. I'm about to go walk. Hold on. Let's let this play at least. I played that already. I'm gonna make a whole new album for this. Because I'm avoiding playing certain songs so they won't strike my page. I'll be right back.
Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them, you don't prepare your own meat, you don't own your own land, you don't have a seed growing in your window. So when you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis and bury it. The jackal, Anubis. I'm pool, keep them heaters and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on life. Hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees and still be Hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not diametrically opposed to anybody. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Who fishes? Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down.
Hold up, go.
Black people, are you ready to revolt?
Shout out to y'all. Thanks for everybody watching. Look, now tell me this. What part about what we read and going over that's public information right here on Wiki? What part about all these Houdan people of ancient Egypt, why they are allowed to leave all this out? It is debated if the movement of the Hyksos was a military invasion or a mass migration of Asiatics from Palestine. So did the ancient Egyptian who seen this mass migration, because they didn't come in with a military invasion, we concluded that. So when they seen this mass migration of Asiatics from Palestine coming in, did they think that those was the original Egyptians? Because that's that West Asian DNA coming in. Come on now. Like, come on, I don't really get it. It says the settling of Canaanite populations may have occurred peacefully in the wake of the disintegration of the 14th dynasty. The recent strontium isotype analysis also dismissed the invasion model in favor of a migration one. So, you got people migrating in documented and verified by scholarship and never migrating out. That happens in these intermediate periods more times than others. And since there ain't no overall king, they get to do their thing and see how close they could get to being the king. Right? And yes, as we can tell from Nahesi, the Nubian ruler, who must have been a product, they say might have been a product of a Canaanite father and a Nubian mother, that Nubians are whatever you want to call Southerners, or the people of Ta-Nehesi, would indeed, they can be found multiple times in Avaris, and there must have been no problem with having relationships, right? Contrary to the model of foreign invasion, that study didn't find more males moving to the region, but instead found a sex bias towards female, with a high proportion, 77% being non-locals. Y'all see that? And then y'all see all those women that they draw in the text. What if that was that? 77% being non-locals. But let them teach it. These were the people who built the pyramid. It says the Abydos dynasty, 1640 to 1620, may have been a short-lived local dynasty ruling over part of Upper Egypt during the second intermediate period in ancient Egypt and was contemporary with the 15th and 16th dynasties. The Abydos dynasty stayed rather small with rulership over just Abydos or Thinis. Very little is known about the Abydos dynasty since it was very short-lived, though we do have some king names that appear in the Turin list, but not in any other sources. The dynasty tentatively included 4 rulers: Wet Timsaf, Pa-neti Jenny or whatever, Sa'ib, and Senebke. The Abydos dynasty ceased when the Hyksos expanded into Upper Egypt. Now that's when the funk about to break out, and that's when it's about to get cracking. Now let's look at the map. You see this? Ruled by Hyksos and a Nubian. Hyksos ain't, ruled by foreign rulers. Right? Up here in this green. This right here, the Abydos ruler had hold over that. But they say that the Avaris camp got so big that they pushed down into Upper Egypt. So now Thebes got an issue. Now, understanding this is so good when we start wondering where Kemet is. Because analyzing the second intermediate period, statements are going to be made by these rulers and these texts that we're about to look over. And so since the Thebans since the northern rulers have pushed south more, it started to create a problem. They expanded into Upper Egypt, 16th dynasty. Now it was ruled by the Theban region of Upper Egypt. One or two chiefs, versions of Manetho Egyptica in the 16th dynasty, is described by the more reliable Africanus as a shepherd Hyksos king, but by Eusebius as a Theban. All right, so however we're going to take that. The continuing war against the 15th dynasty dominated the short-lived 16th dynasty. The armies of the 15th dynasty winning town after town from their southern enemies, right? continually encroached on the 16th dynasty territory, eventually threatening and then conquering Thebes itself. So they was coming down smashing. So let me ask you, if they're coming down and they're foreigners, right, and they setting up shop and they rule it and they got the Thebes, then they made you leave Thebes, where can you go? See, Thebes was the border of Sudan, of Egyptian Nubian. So they had to go south more to Edfu and the Kin, probably down even to the throne of Horus and then in the Taseti. You tell me where they could go. Into the desert. Your first option ain't going into the desert, especially when you know your people is in the south. And it'll be proven because in the second intermediate period, this problem was addressed in multiple ways. Oh, by the time we get up out of this period, it's going to be thoroughly smashed out. It ain't even going to be a thing no more. But it's still a problem at this point in time. 16th dynasty. Ruled the Theban Upper Egypt, ruled the Theban region of Upper Egypt. I read this already. The Kingdom of War of the 15th dynasty dominated the short-lived 16th dynasty. The armies of the 15th dynasty went in town at the time, continually encroached on the 16th territory, eventually threatening and conquering Thebes itself. Famine, which had plagued Upper Egypt during the 13th dynasty, 14th dynasty, also blighted the 16th dynasty, most eventually during and after the reign of Neferhotep III. The end of the 16th dynasty came after relentless military pressure by the succeeding 15th dynasty after many attempts with evidence of Neb-Eri the first own personal seal being found in the Hyksos territory. Sometime around 1580 BC, the 16th dynasty collapsed and were conquered by King Kaya and the Hyksos, Kayan of the Hyksos. So now this is when our people come in. Now check this out. The 17th dynasty, 1571-1540, was established by the Thebans quickly after the fall of the 16th. So who established this? This family was a Theban family. Now notice when we get into this intermediate period, the South always wins. Right? But now we at Thebes and they are smashed down to Thebes because the foreign rulers then pushed their territory all the way down to Thebes. But we got a new family. That's what a dynasty is. So a new family came into power. Right? 17th family. It says, Theban, quickly after the fall of the 16th, the details of the overthrow of the Hyksos in Thebes is unclear. So see, the Hyksos was ruling Thebes. So you trying to tell me when the Hyksos was ruling Thebes, it was a family secretly inside of Thebes that came up and threw them out? Where did they get the army muscle from? I told you they had to flee into Egyptian Nubia because that's the only other logical place to go. So now they say the details about the overthrow of the Hyksos, the foreign rulers in Thebes, is unclear, but apparently during this dynasty, a native Egyptian family took back control. Wait till I show y'all this. Y'all ain't even gonna, it's gonna look so crazy. Sources such as Africanus and Eusebius indicated that the 16th dynasty comprised shepherd kings. They didn't know what they was talking about. Like the 15th dynasty, but the Theban kings too. The 17th dynasty would also see 4 different ruling families whose last king did not have a male heir to the throne. Subsequently, other powerful families established kings having short reigns. The 17th dynasty maintained a short-lived peace with the 15th dynasty, which ended with the starting reign of Senku and Ra. Right? So I'm going to click Senku and Ra real quick and go to the bottom of his page. So this who started that dynasty. But watch this. Now, what does it say? Let's see what we'll say right here. His mummy appears to have been hastily embalmed. X-rays that were taken of the mummy in the late 1960s show that no attempt had been made to remove the brain or to add linen inside the cranium or eyes, both normal embalming practices for the time. In the opinion of James E. Harris and Kent Weeks, who undertook the forensic examination at the time the X-rays were taken, his mummy is the worst preserved of all royal mummies held at the Egyptian Museum. I wonder why. And they noted that the foul, oily smell filled the room with the moment the case in which the body was exhibited was open, which is likely due to poor embalming process and the absence and use of the absorbing natron salts. Right? It says, leaving some bodily fluids in the mummy at the time of the burial. Also, Harris and Meeks noted that in 1973 that the entire facial complex, in fact, is so different from other pharaohs. It is closest to, in fact, to his son Amos. Let's stop. His face hella different than the other faces and is closest to his son Amos, right? So different that it could be fitted more easily into a series of Nubian and Old Kingdom Giza skulls. So he just told you two things. He snitched on himself. He just told you that the Old Kingdom skulls at Giza look like Nubians. But he didn't mean to snitch, but he did. And that ain't what we want us to pick up on most. We got to follow what we following. That Senku and Ra, they say, dude, this brother looks so Nubian that we shouldn't even put him in the Egyptian classifications. That than other later Egyptian kings. Various scholars in the past have proposed a Nubian, that is, non-Egyptian origins for Senku and Ra and his family. Now, when we go back, they try to act funny, but we not stupid. They tell you this. The details of the overthrow of the Hyksos at the Thebes is unclear. Then how a Nubian is the next leader? Are y'all, is they clear about that? But see, Nubian ain't another people group, so it's just a southerner. See? And we in the South is working perfectly. Thank you, Crenshaw. That's how they keep separating. They make us think Nubians is a people group. But what he really saying is matching up with these Negroes, because their word Nubian translate back to Negro. Appreciate that, Yuri. He got killed on the battlefield. Now watch this. Yes, sir. Now, this is hella crazy because this is the 17th family. Right? Now, before I get to so his daughter is Amos Nefertari, who we now got dictionaries or encyclopedias changing up and saying that she might have actually looked as black as she looked. Let me show you. But hold on, keep in mind, his son is Amos, and they said Amos looked just like him. And he looked Negroid. So don't leave out that Amos is the son of Ahotep and Senku and Ra. But he had a daughter with another woman. And who is she? Now remember the time period, and we already learned that they smashed down to Thebes. So anything they doing is happening, a lot of what they doing is happening from Thebes and below. They just retook Thebes. So when they didn't own Thebes, they had to have been in what we call Egyptian Nubia, unless you can tell me what desert they went running into. Now watch this. All you got to do is go look at his lineage, or not his lineage, but his successors, right? And who is he succeeded by? Look, let's see what they show it. No, I'm in the second intermediate period. I need to get back to him real quick. Right here, Senku and Ra. Now, who is he succeeded by? What does it say here? Children. Remember, he married Ahotep, right? And almost unhappy. And so let's just say that Amos Nefertari might be the daughter of Amos. It wouldn't even make no sense. Amos Happy and Senku and Ra. Oh, but he had an Amos on his name too. So, that's a predecessor who preceded him. Now look, let's check this out. So that means his children's names are Kamos. Remember, he's extra Negro. Remember, they're in an intermediate period with some Asiatics. Remember the geopolitical significance of all this. They forced down south by the modern Egyptians. How about that? Because that's what the DNA say. And them Asiatics is trying to take Kemet. Now let's pause. And we're gonna do this right, because I'm dealing with it and I'm only giving y'all that wiki, but we about to show y'all something. Before we go into this, you just identified that Senku and Ratal, who we just showed that they said was looking extra Negro, that they had to put him in another category. He has direct children, Kamos, who would have to look like him too, at least 50%. We don't know Ahotep, whether she was Nubian or what. We can go in on that. But what we do know is that Amos Nefertari, his daughter, represented herself looking like that. All over, and people tried to say that's not her real representation. That it got something to be with her being deified. All you got to do is go into the Oxford Handbook of Ancient Egypt and look at what they say about Amos Nefertari. That there is one instance when indeed, and this is actually the photo. The other side of this photograph has Amenhotep I on the other side of it, and they're both dead. This attestation proves that she's not painted in a dark black color because she's dead and deified. Because no matter how they teach it, if we do the knowledge, Amenhotep I's coat was bigger than hers. And he's also on the stele. I could show it, but I don't want to keep doing that. And what winds up happening is that he ain't painted black, but she is. Right? So it may indicate that she actually looked like that. But what we want to do is now we're going to go over to something else, because now we see his beef. They got him smashed down to the south. So now we're going to go to a prophecy. Prophecy of Nefertiti, right? In the prophecy of Nefertiti, it's about to tell you, prophetic means, that since we can't solve the problem, now we about to go find the answer up with this Negro intuition. We're going to go up into the places where we faith-based remedies, right? And we're going to tell you a faith-based remedy because it's so going down right now. Now, we in the same time period. Now, listen what he says. Utterly destroyed are those times of happiness at those basin lakes, with men set to sling fish, overthrowing the fish and the fowl. All happiness has departed, flung down in the land of hardship from those weights of supplies of the Asiatic who are throughout the land. From the weight, you are flung down in the land of hardship from those weights of supplies of the Asiatics who are throughout the land. They told the goddamn story backwards. They wouldn't flip the shit up. Whoever told you about ancient Egyptians being weighed down to the ground? Yes, sir. Who being weighed down to the ground by the weights of the supplies of the Asiatics? Because they taking over. Now they got Egyptians carrying their shit. Men of violence have emerged in the east. Asiatics are coming down into Egypt. Do you think this word is Egypt? This word is Kemet. They coming down into the black land. Stop playing with me and stop playing with Dr. Mario Beatty. Coming down into Egypt. Their ass was already in Egypt. I just showed you. They pushed these boys down to Thebes. The confines are lost. Another is beside, who will not be heard. The latter will be blocked in the night. The camps will be entered. Dude, we don't even feel that. The latter will be blocked in the night. The camps will be entered. We don't believe they have walled cities, but we'll talk about that. The bleary eye will be overpowered as the sleeper says, I'm woke. As the sleeper says, I am awake. Hey, you think some corny ass white dude from the South about to make me think something about being woke is negative and a pejorative? I don't fuck with you anyway. I don't care what you think about woke. I'm reading ancient texts where they woke. In the midst of turmoil and fighting foreign people. Because the bleary eye will be overpowered. But nah, the sleepy like, nah, I'm woke. Now check this out. We can do it right in the Medu Necha before we even go down. Auk Kasat, right? Now, I would think that Auk Kasat was some foreign cattle. They too Suri upon Itru Nu Kemet. They doing foreign cattle drinking from the river of Kemet, bruh. And it's going to say something like that. The herds of foreign lands will drink. Stop playing with me. Tired of these. Y'all be having me arguing against clown ass niggas. The herds of the foreign land will drink from the river of Kemet. Y'all so crazy, y'all don't believe Brother Reggie. It means that cattle are synonymous with people and they looked at people as herds. You thinking this about some cattle. The herds of the foreign lands will drink from the river of Egypt. They will be refreshed on their shores. So they telling you, for want of any to drive them back. So now they coming in, they gonna get refreshed on the now. They telling you it's over, and we being forced down into Nubia, and we the damn Egyptians. This land is to be taken and carried off, unaware of the onset of what will happen, hidden from saying, look out. The hearer is going deaf. The silent one is before us. I give you the land in the passing of evil. What should not happen, happens. Weapons from war will be taken up. And the land lives in turmoil. Now let's do this one real quick. Who want to do that before we go to the English? Shout out to Crenshaw. That's the first contribution this show got all day, and you well well appreciated. We have to study military and political history. This is a great resource for us. All soldiers must study military history. Exactly. But what they want to do, Crenshaw, is exclude this from Black history so we don't look at it. Oh, that ain't about y'all. Why y'all looking at that? Y'all ain't Egyptians. I ain't gotta be the Egyptians. If that's Black history, then that's Black history. What this say? Autu. Now we know Au because Au is just giving us a U. So don't fall for this. This is only one. A statement of 1, 2, Eret. Now this IRT, if you just take the IR, you're going to have something about doing or doing some type of work. Ahau im Hemet is some type of a fight. So one is going to do fighting with some servants. That don't sound right. Nope, yeah, weapons will be made of copper. Thank you. I knew it didn't sound right. Hemet can also be copper. And when I said Au, I must have been thinking about the only translation for fighting. But they're saying something about weapons. I just couldn't read that from the transliteration. Now let me see. I could keep going, but he's just describing a horrible scenario, just like the first guy in the other intermediate period. Now what's going to happen here? Remember, this is a prophecy. So he's in that space of faith. And he's talking about all the bad things. It says, every mouth is filled with love me. Happiness is all gone. The land is laid to waste, even though law is decreed for it. Destruction is a fact. Ruin is reality. It says, what has done is undone. A man's property is taken from him and given to an outsider. I told y'all. I'm talking about modern Egyptians. Let me show you the master in grief, the outsider in peace. Again, let me show you the master in grief while the outsider is in peace. Ain't he talking about the same damn scenario? Some foreign people coming and taking your stuff. The one who never received his fill can now go and empty. He killed it. That's a lug. This the one who never received his fill, but now he can go and empty? That's a bar. Goods are given out only hatefully to silence the mouth of the speaker. It says the phrase is answered at the arm raised with a stick, and people speak by murder. Same time period, bruh. So we're going to show you the remedy and solution for this. And this is why your ass need to be studying this. And all our kids need to be studying this. They had the answer, the problem, the solution. Now, it says speech. I ain't got to, you just see it's all bad. I'm not going to read all the ones. Anything I see that's significant, like, yet his rays are in sight in the same monuments as for the ancestors. So notice whoever these people who was talking about at this time period, foreigners coming in and taking stuff, excuse me, but still attributing the monuments to their ancestors. As they got forced down to Thebes and even further into Egyptian Nubia. Now, the funny part about this, I can't wait till we get to it. I'm going to spoil it. So hold up. I ain't even trying to read. There it is. Let's go back. I should have been trying to read. I should have stopped and tried to read. Let's remember that this is line number 13 of the Papyrus Hermitage, 1116B, lines 57 to 61. Now, this is where they get their wig wounded. This is where they get their wig wounded. This is where they get their plait and they perm. This right where they get the plait, right down the middle of the perm with a bullet. Phew! An arrow. Not a bullet. That's too harsh. Look. Nisu Pu. Remember we talk about them Pu constructs? Check this out. This is putting your stuff into action. We sit up here and talk about stuff, people, well, they talking about that. Bow, they just hit you with a Pu construct. What that mean? Nisu Pu. Pu means that is. This is an A-Pu construct where A is the noun and Pu refers back to the noun. It's called an A-Pu construct. A is the noun, the Nisu, the king. So they say the king that is. What does R mean here? Two. R always means two. Not always, but R always means two most often. Nisu Pu Er. That is that is. You can say this, but to be most, Pu could give you this. You're going to think about Pef and Pen, this and that. Pef and Pen is this and that. Pu is that is. All right? So, the king that is to come in Reshi. What that say? Resi. The king that is to come from the south, Amini, that's his name, Ma'akaru, justified, Ren F, his name. Man, we're going to read this off from the transliteration. Right? So, king that is to come from the south. Pu is that is. Let me show you. If we realize that Pu is that is, because if we just do that or this, sometimes we start to lose the definition of Pu. Pu. And because we come to these constructs, right? Now see, there you say Pu this. But if you're trying to break out that, if you're trying to work out one of these constructs that I'm working out, then it'll belittle us to, because the grammar books will tell us different than the dictionaries. It'll belittle us to translate it as this all the time. But let me see something, because so now they just giving us, they said who, not Pu, but they still say Pu in the thing. But when I translate it, y'all see it saying who. Well, yeah, the first one say this, Patah. So you don't want to be, that ain't incorrect. But if you just say this king, some translations, if I take you into a grammar book and I can just show you the whole explanation, we have to understand Pu as meaning, well, what more than just this. Because that will belittle us at certain translations. When we get to a Pu B construct and you have two nouns and Pu is in the middle, this won't work. Because you'll be saying, king this car. But with the A Pu B struck, with the Pu understanding as that is, you'll understand that when the A Pu B construct, the second noun is the same as the first. It's telling you this is the same as that. But but what you said wasn't incorrect. So now you could have said this king to, but now the king that is to come by the south, Amenti Ma'akaru is his name. Amenti Ma'akaru Renef. Sa Hemet Pu in Taseti. Sa is a sun. Remember when I messed up Hemet earlier and it was copper? Well, because I ain't looking at glyphs, I'm only looking at transliteration. So you got plenty of options for an H and an M and a T. But in this context, we know that Hemet is going to be a wife or a woman. So son, Hemet of a woman who that is, see? Who? If you, now, let me show you. So this is an A Pu construct. And now we got just what I was talking about, a, and you would call both of those the A, pool, and here go your B. Tarseti is your B, right? So yeah, A pool B can have a preposition in the middle. So in the A pool B, remember I said A is of B or whatever. Well, it works out. So now the grammar of this sentence is letting us know that this woman, the son of the woman, that is from or of Tarseti. That's funny. Here go another pool construct. So let's see what this is. So now somebody can tell me what this is. Is this an A pool B? Yes. Damn, it's hella funny that we was not trying to talk about the grammar book and analyzing this text. This is one that they should use to show about these A pool and A pool B constructs. So if what I said was correct about A pool B, A is the first noun. Now is that, so that's birth or born. Now birth is a thing, so it is still a noun. But it is like born, and that ain't a noun. But if you read it and know that this construct, that this is a noun, right? So this is the word, can't remember what I was talking about, kenu, but it's basically saying born that is of the interior of the kin. Now let's go look. No, we ain't gonna look. We look at Ahuf. He is Ahuf is like he is to Shapet. That's like what? I'm falling off. Shashap. That's to lead, not to lead. Yeah, to lead the white. No, to wear the right crown. He gonna take up the white crown, and it says he is to take the desert, to control, to take hold of the desert. You feel me? Au Sama, he smites with might. I don't know. Now we're just gonna go back. So y'all won't know that I'm messing this up. This is the king that is to come from the south. Amenti Ma'akaru is his name. The son of a woman that is of Tarseti, born that is of Nakin. He is to take up the white crown, and he is to what's that? Hold. He is to hold the desert. Let's see if it say that. There is a king. Now let's go on. There go to Apu. Remember you said this, so I said that is. Now they said there is. See what I mean? So the Apu, understanding what that pu, that grammatical construct, let me know that there is a king who will come from the south. Let's go check that line. I'm gonna just make it smaller on the screen so we can analyze this all together. And that's the only type of magic we gonna get out of Metanetra. We not about to float through the sky, but we gonna understand shit better than cats who talking smack and don't know what the hell they talking about. And you can be a superhero in scholarship. Because look, Nisut Pu Iet in Resi. There is your Pu. A king is Nisu. Who will come is your to come. From the south is your in Resi. Amini, it doesn't say. Yeah, Amini, now you see Amini. Ma'akaru, that means he's justified. They said true of voice. That's perfect. They translated it literally. Renef, Amenti Ma'akaru is his name. So he's not justified. He's actually Amenti the justified. Shout out for that contribution that I just got. I know y'all heard that. Can y'all go? Ka-ching. Appreciate y'all for supporting the show because you can't get it like this no place else. This is my humble generosity to make sure we all on a level. We don't gotta be fighting each other. You go into your life, beat the brakes off somebody disrespecting Black Egypt. Right with these facts. This is just like a quiver. I'm a good archer. I ain't the only archer, and all archers pick up their quiver. Now, if you got the right tools in your quiver, arrows in your quiver, you're going to hit the target. Now, look. So it says, he is the son of a woman of the land of the bow. Sa, son, woman that is of Taseti, by Taseti, from Taseti. So let's stop. Because don't forget, we talking about the whole goddamn intermediate period. And remember, they smashed them boys down to all the way to Thebes. So that's why he not coming from Thebes. Y'all gotta understand this, bruh. Why would he be prophesizing that the dude gonna come from Thebes when during his time period, the Hyksos had beat their way all the way to Thebes and took over Thebes? So guess where he say he gonna come from? Dude, you can't make this type of shit up. Look what's right under Thebes. The kin. God, all in the middle of Black Egypt. I mean, you ain't even gonna get no more in the middle of Black Egypt, even if you go today. You right in the heart. So he's not gonna come from Thebes. Because we need help with Thebes. We getting it took from us. Go back to the text. He needed to come from further south. Who will come from the south? Man, I'm making this bigger. I don't care. Cats be trying to act like they didn't see stuff. Who will come from the south? I mentioned true voice is his name. He is the son of a woman from the land of the bow. Now, where's the land of the bow? So his mama, let him tell it, is from here. That's the land of the bow. It could get bigger, but since he said the kin in opposition to the land of the bow, he wasn't calling Taseti the whole bigger area. He's talking about a destination location, not a region. She from Kom Ombo. This is Taseti, the known. If I slide over here, it's going to say land of the bow. See? Taseti. So now when you analyze the text, you can see they're crying for some Nubian help. Now, am I wrong? Square ass suckers. Am I wrong? No, I'm not wrong. They crying for that help from Black Egypt. They prophesy. It's further than crying. You think you prophesy before you cry? No, you cry and then you prophesy. Else you didn't have no faith in your prophecy. So all of this turmoil he talking about was him getting the cry out, and then he hit him with the prophecy. There is a king who will come from the south. I mean, he prophesying about a Black man walking up and helping. He is the son of a woman of the land of the bow. He is the child of the heartland of the kin. He wouldn't even let you get out of Black Egypt. Look. He the child of the woman of the bow right here. He gotta fight off all these goddamn Asiatics. So he's the child of a woman from Taseti and the son, and he's in the heartland of the kin. Here goes the kin right here. Stop playing with us. Where he at? What he gonna do? I said he was gonna raise. I said he was gonna hold the red crown. I messed that up. He raised up the red crown. But he took up the white crown, just like I said, and he gonna raise up the red crown. He will unite the two mighty goddesses, and he will appease the two Lord gods with what was desired. That's who's gonna do it. Rejoice, O people of his time. The Son of the Man will make his name for eternity and everlasting. Those who fall into evil are planning treason. Now watch this. Those who fall into evil are planning treason. They will be overthrown on themselves for the fear of him. The Asiatics will fall at his slaughter. Stop playing with me. That fake ass shit. It ain't nobody gonna make me think that them damn modern Egyptians is the ancient Egyptians. If you highly impressionable and not well read, that's fine. That's a cool way to live life. But you're not about to come at me like that. You're gonna look hella stupid. That's why they steer clear of me. All them dudes. And the only people who can come at me is old school dope fiends. Keep it real. Like, check it out for real, what's going on. Squeaky ass chair. Let me see. Who gonna fall? Is the Nehesi gonna fall? Is the Negroes gonna fall? They will be overthrown on themselves for fear of him. The Asiatics will fall at his slaughter. The Libyans will fall at his fire. The rebel of his force, anybody against him, the rebels at his force, the evil-hearted at his majesty, the rising cobra who is in the palace will overthrow the evil-hearted for him. They coming for them damn Asiatics from the south, bro. Now watch it happen. This is the prophecy. And guess what we got, our beloved? He about to tell you, bro. What does this say? I just skipped to the second line when I seen Aamu, Kemet. Asiatics to Egypt. Give, Hayi. What is high? Descend? No, what is this? This isn't to descend. Don't, yeah. Oh my God. I'm gonna beat the brakes off Dr. Jonathan Winterman next time I talk to him. I'm gonna say, well, actually, when they use this text lines up with the text I showed y'all earlier. Remember, we went into the word hayit, to descend, to go down. Well, it says nin. Nin. That's negation. Now let me tell y'all something. This shit is so African American. I don't care what y'all say. Daniel Selden from he not from Santa Barbara, from University of Santa Cruz, in his book, he say that the African American vernacular, particularly he said AAVE, is the only language group that lines up with Medjay or ancient Egyptian. Now, to use two ends for negation, I guarantee you every one of y'all in the goddamn chat do that every day. You put a U in front of both ends and you say, See? All right? But you don't want that to be, I'm not going to trip off that. But that's only a way that you should remember that when you see double ends starting off a sentence in ancient Egyptian is negation. It's gonna look like hunched shoulders with the arms sticking out, looking like they're doing a I don't know, and then it'll be another end under it, the wavy line end. So this sentence is negated. That means don't. Now what this mean right here? Erdit, give. See? Now, what does this mean? Remember our word? Hayi. That is to descend. So then you know you don't give dissension, you let dissension. Don't let descend Aamu, Asiatics, to the black land. Goddamn, you can't make this shit up. Don't let descend Asiatics to the black land. Let's go to the English. To prevent the Asiatics from coming down to Egypt. See? So this is what I wanted to show y'all. Let's read the entire sentence. I have 4 attestations to the walls of the black land that could not be built right around all of Egypt. I do know about Jahi and the wall attempt along the path of the way of Horus. That's not what I'm talking about. This is not what I think they're referring to. Look, they will build the walls of the ruler, may he live prosperous and be well, to prevent the Asiatics from coming down to Egypt. If they request water in the proper manner to let their flocks drink, right is returned to the place and evil is expelled. Rejoice who sees it. So let me stop because I just went into this prophecy to say even in this time period we've been analyzing, right, that they prophesied and said that a king gonna come from the south. Now we got in the 17th dynasty Senku-Ra-Tao and his whole family. Now watch how funny this is. A dynasty is a family. Let me show you how they be doing shit. Senku-Ra-Tao, watch this. He's supposed to be the progenitor of the 17th. See it say 17? But a dynasty is a family. Let's see who his daughter is. Almost Nefertari. Now read what it said about her. She's the first great royal wife of the 18th dynasty, the 18th family. So it's supposed to be a different family. They be lying to us. See, what happened is they tried to disconnect this super negroidness of Senku-Ra-Tao and his progenitors from the 18th dynasty. She's the progenitor of the 18th dynasty, Tutankhamun. I'm in my head going, click the 18th dynasty. And go down and see if you don't see Nefertiti, right? See if you don't see Akhenaten, right? See if you don't see all the ones that they damn near taught you about. Amos. See why they starting with Amos. When you click Amos, oh yeah, I gotta get to the Inteps. I will. Thank you. But look, now we get our Amenhoteps. Now we get our Thutmoses, our Hatshepsut. But they trying to leave her out. So click Amos the first. This is, you can't make this up. That's the same Amos who the son of Senku-Ra. That they say his daddy and his son, they both look Negro. So how is this the 18th dynasty? It's telling you right here they was in the 17th family. Well, anyway, I don't want to get y'all lost off that. After it was prophesied that one would come from the south, as we see this southern family coming in the rule, right? And then who we get? We get his sons. Who fought with who? Man, they fought with them Asiatics so damn bad. Who did they use? Let me click Amos. If they can say anything about Amos here without talking about him fighting the Asiatics, they can't. That's his whole thing. But we already remember she should be classified amongst the Negroes by the skull. So it says Amos 1, right, was the pharaoh and the founder of the 18th dynasty of Egypt. So his daddy, see, you got to understand how they doing that. How his daddy founded the 17th dynasty and they are the characters of the dynasty, but he founded the 18th dynasty. So maybe he grew up and had his family and they went off into the wilderness, but that ain't really what happened. 18th dynasty of Egypt and the new kingdom of Egypt, the era in which ancient Egypt achieves the peak of its power. His reign is usually dated to the mid-16th century or the beginning of the late Bronze Age. During his reign, Ahmose completed the conquest and expulsion of the Hyksos from the Nile Delta, restored Theban rule over Lower and Upper Egypt, and successfully reasserted Egyptian power in the form of subject territories in Nubia and Canaan. But see, slow down. They don't want to even tell you. He restored Theban rule, so they creeped back up from Egyptian Nubia with enough power to get Thebes back from the Hyksos. There's no other way that could happen, right? So I'm going to just say that. And successfully reasserted Egyptian power in its formerly subjected territories of Nubia and Canaan, or Canaan, or whatever. He then reorganized the administration of the country, reopened quarry mines and trade routes, and began massive construction projects that had not been undertaken since the time of the Middle Kingdom. Ahmose. What did they say he do? He got the damn Hyksos up out of there. But they limited in that just to the rulers. He was like, we getting these damn Asiatics up out of Egypt. Ahmose descended from the Theban 17th dynasty. His grandmother, Sennacherib Ahmose, and Teti Shuri had at least 12 children, including Sennacherib Ratau and Ahotep, the brother and sister, according to Egyptian tradition, queens married. So see, now they really lying. Because if Sennacherib Ratau and Ahotep was brother and sister, how could Sennacherib Ratau look so Negro and Ahotep not? They had the same parents. It says it had the son Kamo, and had Kamos and Ahmose. So remember, Kamos and Ahmose, obviously the brothers, as well as several daughters. Ahmose the first followed in the tradition of his father and married several of his sisters, namely Ahmose Nefertari. So see, where is some other DNA being injected into the shit from the time when the daddy looked super Negro to now? That's why Ahmose Nefertari looked this damn black. We just ain't got no painted inscriptions of Sennacherib Ratau and the others. They had several children, including the daughters Meret Amen and Sita Amen. Look at Sita Amen. If I show you Sita Amen, she look hella Negro. But and all these other people. Well, what we get to now is the campaigns of the two brothers. Amenhotep, no, not Amenhotep, sorry. Ahmose the first and Kamos. Ahmose and Kamos. Their main concern was getting the Asiatics up out of there in this first and second intermediate period. Now let me go look at them. Hold up. Because they got Ahmose with the, I gotta go back for Kamos. Now Kamos was the brother, I think he got killed fighting the Hyksos. Look, his father had begun the initiatives and lost his life in battle with the Hyksos. It is thought that his mother continued the campaigns after the death of Kamos, and that his full brother made the final conquest of them and united all of Egypt. This Kamos. Now we want to go look at what Kamos actually left us stelae. Now look, Kamos was the final king in the succession of native Egyptian kings at Thebes. Remember? They had lost Thebes and they came back and got it. Originally, the Theban 17th dynasty rulers were at peace with the Hyksos kingdom in the north prior to the reign of Sennacherib Ratau, that super Negroid Nubian. Right? They controlled Upper Egypt into the Elephantine and ruled Middle Egypt as far as Kusay. Kamos sought to extend the rule northward over all of Lower Egypt. This apparently was met with much opposition by his courtiers. It appears that at some point these princes in Thebes had achieved the practical modus vivendi or whatever with the later Hyksos rulers which included transit rights through the Hyksos ruled Middle Lower Egypt. That wasn't enough, and pasture rights in the Fertile Delta. Kamos record on the Carnarvon tablet text also parallel with the Thebes stela of Kamos related to the misgivings of the king's council. Let me see, to the prospect of a war against the Hyksos. Now look, hold on. It says, see, all are loyal as far as Kusay. We are tranquil in our part of Egypt. Now we should look at that because he used the word of Kemet there, which what makes us think that. I'm going to tell y'all something. I read this text, this word part, they put that in there. We're about to pull up the text now to show that because this shit is crazy. Let me see. You're going to say they really did put that in there. It's actually in the TLA. How can I find it quick? I ain't going to spend all day. I know it'll come up soon. But I need y'all to see the meta-netter for this. Because it also reveals something about, it don't seem like even in the time of Kamos was all of Egypt Kemet. They talking about the black land. And they not talking about the silk. And this text going to prove it again. So I'm just going to zoom through the Kamos text when he mentioned the Kemet. And we about to see. I know I got to go a few pages forward. I'm in the 13th. It's getting close. Kamos already. Here it comes. This is the quickest I found one. Hold up. Now look. I told you. Didn't I tell you they added this word part? Because I read this shit all the time, bro. Can't nobody do that. That's not meta-netter magic. You can't do that. You can't fake it. Look. Watch this. I knew they added that word because, look. A man owns is really not there. His portion of this Egypt. That don't make no sense. A man owns a portion of this, so they injected part of Egypt. You see, they don't want to assess that this says a man owns his portion ain't there either. So a man owns his something of the black land. Ta can be the definite article the, or it can be the demonstrative pronoun this. We need to know that. So if it says Ta Kemet, Jonathan Winterman was like, I don't understand why they keep saying this Egypt. I don't know why they said this Egypt. Because the translation ain't this Egypt. The translation is the black land. Now, it says some man owns this portion of the black land, sharing this land with me. Now watch how this goes. This is Kamos. Look, he says he holds the land of the Asiatic. Su por ta ni aamu. Land belonging to Asiatics. Let me show y'all something so these squares can't be lying to you. Right? We got to go back to the first intermediate period, the map, to see what Kamos was referencing. Man, this is a grand teaching. This is probably one of my best shows. I'm thinking about how much info we doing right now. We need to start this video. Now watch. I dare you to match up this map of the Dynasty with the words that Kamos said, and it's going to reveal something crazy to you. You see it says dynasty of the 15th dynasty Hyksos. That's a family. This clearly says the 16th dynasty Thebes. That's the family right before the family we talking about who said they took Thebes back. Remember? So you see this brown circle? Let's go to the text. The text says, he holds the land of the Asiatic. We hold Egypt. Now that's a bad translation because look at the map and let me show you why. All of this is inside of Egypt. So they are wrong for translating that. What's more accurate is if you say Egypt means the black land, now you can see what he was saying. Look. He holds the land of the Asiatics. This is the north around Avaris, and we already detailed how they had smashed all the way down to Thebes. So when he say we hold Egypt, that can't be true because the rulership of the Hyksos controlled all of this yellow area. So what he really is saying is we got the damn black land. Egypt was not a word that Kamos or Amos would have known. They called it Kemet, and it was the black land. And he telling you that this ain't it up here by Navaris. Because he say they calling that the land of the people with the goddamn West Asian DNA that y'all talking about. The land of the Amu. So what did he say? He holds, now y'all think I'm playing? If I click this text, they're going to be talking about A-P-E-P-I. You can say apostate, some say a pepi, but this is the Asiatic ruler that he was beefing with. He holds the land of the Asiatics. Ha! That's North Egypt. But we hold the black land. See, Egypt doesn't work here. Thank you. In this time period, Kemet can only mean the sacred black city. It ain't talking about no black silk. All right, let's look at this map and think of some damn black silk in this analogy. The black, every place you see green on here, equate that with black silk. Let me make this bigger. All of that green is the black silk. The most black silk will be found possibly in these areas. This is the most vast. So then, if he down here in Thebes like they got the land of the Asiatic, we got the black land. You can't interpret that no other way, and there's no way out of it. Let's try. Think about the chess moves they could try. They could try to say, oh, the black land means the black silk. You tell them, you dummy, there's so much more black silk in the land that the Hyksos occupied. How could he have possibly made claims like, we got the black silk, don't even trip? Now, suppose he was talking about, what else could he be talking about? Stop letting them impress upon you so gratefully. He talking about the areas where the black people is at. That's where this is at. Now, when I click into the text, more will be revealed. Now we in the heart. We about to get up out the intermediate period. Somebody prophesies to us how it will happen, and then we about to watch it happen. They like, we got the black land. Look, now to prove it, I will go north to have a fight with the Asians. Come on, y'all. The powerful, victorious ruler in the interior. See, They took that word Kenu that they tried to translate as a house, but they can't do it now. He's in the interior of the Theban nome. Chamos, the mighty, protector of Egypt. He's saying it with his own damn mouth. I need to go fight these damn modern Egyptians. The new ones who trying to take over up north. With all that 80% DNA, bringing that shit into Africa. Then what does he say? Uh-oh, that's why we the best. What is this next goddamn sentence? You can't tell me nothing. Y'all got some weak-ass monikers. You go pick a weak-ass ancient Egyptian name that ain't qualified by nothing. You can't knock us down because we never been knocked down throughout the whole history of Egypt. The next sentence, Medjay archer units were on top of our decks and superstructures. It's just wonderful. It's just like a movie about the knowledge, the way that you can be entertained because this is so well woven. His next sentence. Who was on deck? Some Nubians. Stop playing with him. He got to go fight these Asiatics. He said it out his mouth. And the first, now why they got this blurred out, and they say Paget to you. All right, that ain't Medjay archers. Paget to you, so what you're going to learn is he say Medjay archers. Paget to you is regular archers. But they know that he rocked with the Medjay so much that they inserted Medjay archers here because he don't brag about Paget to you. All right? He projecting you ain't to be bragged about. Let's keep it going. Now, he say it with his mouth right here. I had sent out a strong Medjay rifle force. Since we know we archers, I had sent out strong Medjay archers. Now, what does it say right here? Medjay, Medjay archers on deck. Knocking them Asiatics down. So when y'all thought when I was on the internet fighting some old sucker ass Mediterranean niggas, y'all thought I didn't know all this? So I knew they couldn't win. I knew it. Look how shabby, weak, and small they look now. A fake ass chieftain and hella underlings when you watch they show. It's kings come on my channel with different perspective. You watch that shit, it be like watching Scooby-Doo or some shit. And I sent out a strong Medjay rifle force when I spent the time. It's time what? What did he spend them out for? For I have repelled the Asiatics who refuse to obey the black land. While he had made Nefer-Usi a nest of the Asiatics. Okay? So don't be confused by these suckers telling you that somebody with 80% DNA of this shit that he talking about right here is the original Egyptians. You couldn't even come in my face. You couldn't even think of what you would say in the face of a presentation like this. So they just stay in the bushes and never hit the link. While he was made Nefer-Usi a nest of the Asiatics, I had broken down his walls. I killed his people. Get them people up out of here, bro. Now, that's only one part of the story of Chamos. So he was proud of his Medjay archers, them Nubians, who helped him get them Asiatics up out of there. Sorry. You don't want it to sound like this because the shit on your head. So people acting off better than thou and shit. This shit be aimed our direction the whole time. It was said that black people ain't even do nothing in history at all. So now you see your punk ass was getting repelled up out of the greatest wonder of world by black people. Now you sitting back acting like I'm tripping on YouTube. Please, I got so much more of this to make you feel uncomfortable up in that grandeur, that illusion of grandeur. That shit start to fall right off. Talking about they West Asian DNA. You need to be talking about some fucking sub-Saharan African DNA if you want to talk about Egypt. Because they was getting y'all up out of there. After I had broken up and destroyed their cities, I set fire to their palaces and they became red, barren ruin forever because of the destruction they had caused in that part of Egypt. No, they keep putting that part. Because of the destruction that they had caused in, now what does it say? Ta? Is this the definite article, ta? Look, this, it could be the demonstrative pronoun, right? But it also could be the definite feminine singular article. See, definite article, article definite. Golly, so you can say this or the. If they keep saying this, it makes no sense. In this Egypt, so they got to keep injecting a part of. But if you translate it as a demonstrative pronoun in the black land, it makes sense. Because of the destruction they caused in the black land. Now, I wish, see, y'all remember when y'all thought Wu Jahu and Asar was doing something? Tell the truth. They was just being good debaters for themselves. But they knew they couldn't fuck with this. I was too well versed at what was their secret trick. Like Ujahu, I seen them sneak past hella people who didn't know the Medu Netter. And I'm just sitting back like, okay, wait till that day. Those who had given them over to listen to the cause of the Asiatics, to serve the Asiatics, they have abandoned the black land. You don't see how it makes sense in a geopolitical perspective? What did they do? They abandoned the black soil. They abandoned the black dirt. They talking about you fell out. You fell off. You abandoned the black city, bro. Do you see what Egypt has done against me? Egypt is always Kemet in this time period. And as we see, since they fighting over the grander part of the land, somebody show me when they're going to call where the Asiatics is at lower Kemet. Show me that. Show me when this going to say upper Kemet, lower Kemet. There is no one who stand against you in this part. It don't say in this part of Egypt. There's no one who stands against you in the black land. God, it makes more sense. We will divide the cities of this part of Egypt, and Chitnefer will be, no, we will divide the cities of the black land. Ta, Kemet. So this is what you have to reconcile. If you think this means all of Egypt, then how the hell did he say he has the land of the Asiatics, which was the greater portion of Egypt? So as I bring this video to close, we see that towards the end of the first intermediate period, because when we go into the 18th dynasty, we at the end of the second intermediate period. I apologize. At the end of the second intermediate period, all they was concerned with was getting that DNA up out of there, bro. Getting that DNA up out of there. Because they knew that it would be some suckers later trying to say that that DNA was what created everything. Now, you would think that it was me putting some spin on how much they was talking about these people. You know what? But if we go through Nehesi, you will never, like I said at the beginning of this video, you'll be hard pressed to find a video where they talking about getting the goddamn Nubians out of Egypt. You're going to see the opposite. You're going to see stuff like, damn, you look like a great black Nubian. They got one that's really crazy. They was like, oh, how's you coming through with your hairstyle looking like a Cushite? But they was saying, how did you do that? Like your shit raw. You feel me? They was like, we could do these texts right now. And then I'll close the show on that. Because we at the end of the first and the second intermediate period. You see they called on the power of the South. Now this ain't a prophecy. This really happened. This was Amos and Kamos saying, look, we gonna take it amongst us. And our daddy is Senku and Ratal. And in the future, they gonna say he need to be classified amongst the Negroes. So therefore, what you gonna say? If my daddy is classified amongst the Negroes, I'm classified amongst the Negroes. Care what y'all say. Now we in the 18th dynasty is over, right? Now it's over. 18th dynasty, we're going on into the new kingdom. So we're going to have some fun real quick because I don't want nobody to think what I said. I'm going to take this term, Kashi, okay? It might get us there quick. K-A-S-I. I need to put a J. Let's see if I can find it. Because in the text, they said one of Cush, not just a Cushite. So you don't want to go looking through the Cush attestations to find them talking so beautifully about these Nubians. You can, you got 90, but it's going to come down to be this one, Cushi. It's only one that say Cushi right here. Now, if this is it, this is going to be hella crazy. Let me see. Uh-oh, Brother Flag, thank you for the contribution. I appreciate the support. Y'all help to make the channel grow. And thank y'all for filling this teaching. Now, what it says right here, we will protect them from the harmful magic of a Syrian and from the harmful magic of a Cushite, from the harmful magic of a Nubian. Killed them! Oh my gosh. Why did that kill him? For different reasons. Shout out to Patah for saying good work. I appreciate you. This is why this kills him. Because we just found another text where a Cushite is different than a Nubian. So it say Cushi right here. Let's see where it say Nehesi. I don't see where they got that Nehesi at. There you go. Nehesi. Damn. See, that was the reward of doing this class. The ancestors be on my side. And y'all do too, so you see the support from Brother Flag and my other brother, and I heard the Cash App go off earlier. It's nothing, it's just say to make it worth my time. Y'all doing that, and I appreciate that. But look, what I just got a reward from the ancestors. Because they said, you cook and smash. So they threw me out a text that clearly proves that the Cushites is not the Nubians. It says, we will protect them from the harmful magic of the Syrians, from the harmful magic of a Cushite, from the harmful magic of a Nubian, and from the harmful magic of a Libyan. Golly! We gonna be keep on continuing because we archers. We got the good spirit. It must be, hey, we must have 1 million ancestors behind us. I didn't even think I was gonna stream today. I just was like, let me go live. And I got to find that beautiful text, but what I came here to show you was the use of Cushi from another perspective. We want to prove, wretched Cush, right? That's a political view that you're going to find in hella political text saying bad things about Cush. I guarantee you that when you see the good things about Cush and you come to the category down here, it's going to be real domestic people showing you not the political view, but what the people thought. Again, I appreciate that, Brother Flag. Now, look, this is the one from earlier. Remember I told y'all he said he got to Kush? Simro said the first. See, I wasn't looking at it in the TLA. So look, he says, I passed Kush selling southward. I reached the limits of the earth. Now we know that Nile don't run to the limits of the earth, so he really didn't go that far because he would have learned that it start turning into a mountain. But he said he passed Kush. If I click into this text, we'll find that this is the same text from earlier where he said he killed a Nubian in the middle of the city. So when he killed the Nubian, he hadn't got the Kush yet. Now when you get the Kush, so now we just had two texts right there that's showing that Kush ain't Nubians. That ain't here what we looking for. At the end of this show, I want to show y'all Egyptians jocking Nubians and Kushites. Right? It's this one that be hella clean. You can find a lot of wretches. The most wretches is for Asiatics. I don't even know why they This is a good one too, but this is something else. This is about the time when they were sending people down there to build up. Well, I say 13th dynasty, so read this. I want y'all to hear this. Worship of Osiris of the Aripat, Hatia, the king's confidant in the erection of his monuments. His initiate in the court, whom the king appointed to supervise the work on his infinite numerous monuments, who made the monument of the gods in the temple of the Thinite known, functional. So the temples in the Thinite known was broke down. Then this part made them functional. Who the king sent to develop Kush because of the high opinion he or she had of his ability. Now that's in the 13th dynasty. What? Hold on. What dynasty is this? 13th dynasty. Right after they learn about Kush, they say who the king sent to develop Kush because of his high opinion he or she had, who spread the fame of the Lord of the two lands within the rebellious foreign lands. Okay, yep. So he went down there to Kush to develop Kush, whatever, and spread the word about Egypt all up in Kush. Who led the monuments of the ruler to the distant foreign lands, the deputy treasurer, Ibjau, who repeats life, the provided one, he says, and he's going to say something. Now look, I have carried out many errands while traveling upstream to Kush, 13th dynasty. Now they do have this wretched Kush thing. I don't want to show y'all this, because this is an Egyptian. When you read this one, trust me, I sit around reading them all. This brother left his whole Egyptian family to go get some money for another wife in Kush, bro. Oh, thank you, wigs and hairstyles. Yurik, I know you can pull that up real quick. If you want to do that, you can. I'll show it. But I'm just kind of enthralled with this, and then I'll do that next. This brother right here, he said, man, I had to send my Egyptian wife and kids to the side to go down to my house in Kush for my other wife. Then he got mad that he ran out of money for her, bro. Y'all think I made that up? Let me click it. He gonna be like, man, I ain't got no money for my other wife. It's hella funny. So I was like, they was like doing it big in Egypt. Look. So he talking about his first wife and them. Hold on. I don't want to mess it up. A sacrifice given by the king Horus, Baeldet, and Osiris. Them offer a funeral offering, bread, beer, blah, 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 and cow. And his wife, for his wife, meaning his son Horem Baeldet, his son Patawar, his son Bibi, Beb, his daughter Neferet, and his daughter Sat Isis, and his daughter Horem Mini, saying, oh my gosh, saying, I am a strong fighter, a citizen of Edfu. So first, let's trip off that. That person lived right here in Nikian. Oh, right below Nikian. They live in Edfu, in Sudanese, in Egyptian Nubia. This is a whole nother person we talking about. But look how they always boast of the black land. I ain't saying that this is Kemet, but this is traditionally right now where we see the black people. I'm a strong pirate and a citizen of Edfu. In 13 days, I rescued my wife, children, and the property household from the south of Kush. Let's see if the story reads the way that I tells it and watch what happened. I have acquired 26 devons of gold, but it was the servant who consumed it. So he say he rescued his wife and kids from the south of Kush, but I took his gold. Now watch what he said. He says, and who consumed it. Nothing of it was left for another woman. Look, I told you he gonna start complaining about not having money for his other wife. Nothing of it was, so he got his Cushite family that he rescued, but then he got his 26 devons of gold stolen by a servant. Now he say nothing of it, of the gold, was left for another woman. It says, I had purchased a plot of land measuring 2 square wells. He says one of these was for the Hermimi as her property. So he basically looks like he faking on his Egyptian wife and hooking up his Cushite wife. Maybe y'all say I'm interpreting that wrong, fine. But I'm fine with this interpretation because it's not central to anything that I was teaching about today. It says the other one in her possession was mine. So he said he bought 2 plots of land, and one of the ones in her possession was his. I have purchased a plot of land of 1 square tel, which was given to my children, and I was paid for 6 years of service. So maybe I said the song wrong because this one ain't mentioning his Egyptian wives, but he definitely is an Egyptian talking about he didn't rescue, he went to go snatch up his Cushite wife and kids, which is crazy too. He said look up wigs. Okay, Yurik, I'm gonna look up the wigs or hairstyles to show that text, and then I'll get up out of here. He said, this is when this person's still telling the story. I washed my legs in the waters of Kush in the retinue of the ruler Medjay. So there was some ruler named Medjay that was a Kushite. Because he says, I built the temple of Horus, the lord of Buhin, to satisfy the ruler of Kush. So don't let these people be lying to you about Egyptianization. They told you they built them temples down in Kerma and stuff because they took everything over. But you can see, nah, man, he did that to make the damn Kushite ruler happy. I built the temple of Horus, lord of Buhin. You know what Buhin is. To satisfy the ruler of Kush. Now let's see. Who made it to the north as far as Avaris? Remember, this is Kamos. Now let's click into this. So people gonna think that this is the part that I was trying to tell y'all. We gotta read this. So this is the fight of getting us out of this intermediate period, and this is what we'll end on. A lot of people talk about this text. I can tell they never read it or never seen it, and they don't understand it completely. So you remember at the beginning of this broke off text that we was reading, it ended with Kamo saying that he had his Medjay archers standing on deck, basically. Now you see the lower third of this is broken off, and we're going to start from the broken off part. Let me try to reset my screen. Damn, why does it look like this? We're going to start from the broken off part. Why it look like this, man? I thought I reset it. For some reason, this TLA looking weird today. Let me reset it one more time. All right, forget it. Who crosses with his ferry, who plows with his plow, who sows with his donkey. Shout out to Saracen. This is the 17th dynasty, and there is the donkey. It is as the donkey. Let's say who plants the garden with his trees, right? Who made it as far north as Avaris, as far south as Kush. Now notice here he says, Avaris as Hoot Weret, and Cush is Cushy. So we got to remember that. And it says, who reached as far as Avaris and Cush by the favor of Horus of Edfu. So that's right here. So he right here in Edfu, he say he reached as far as Avaris, way up here, right? And as far south as down here, Cush. Just so people can keep it in perspective. It says, the officer of the ruler's guard, Tahi, who repeats his life and fathered by the Wad priest. All right, I didn't need to read that. I want to go to the next lines. Since it's distorted, I'm going to click back and get it like this. Shout out for the contributions again. I appreciate that. It says, now look what it says here. This is the part people get confused. This is Kamos Stelae speaking, but we act like it was Kamos who intercepted the letter. Now, let's just start from here. We can start from earlier because I need y'all to see when he's talking about them Medjay. Because it's evidently relevant. All right, well, right here, he's just still, he had already, do I got to go back further? Damn. I'm going to have to read too much. Yeah. No, Kamos died, almost went on to finish it. Right? So let's look. See, he's back here like you wicked Asiatic, but I was trying to go back. Hopefully they start at when he talking about his Medjay archers. So the reason why I want you to see him talking about his Medjay archers so we can understand that those were the neighbors closest to him to the south, right? And the Cushites is south more. So when he tell you, here it go, I think. No. So when he say to us that he had his Medjay archers on deck, and then he's starting to talk about how the king of Avaris tried to send a letter down to Cush, people be confusing that with the Nubians and thinking that the Nubians up top right next to Egypt and Tasseti was who the letter was intended for. So I'm going to just start reading from when he intercepts the letter, and we're going to be able to prove that ain't the case. Then, again, it's 4 hours of me talking by myself. I guess I'm about to stop after that. It says, those who have given themselves to listen to the Asiatic have abandoned the black man. Now look, I intercepted a message from him above, i.e. south of the oasis, while traveling southwards to Cush in a written letter. Now, if you read that, that makes it seem like Kamos was traveling southward to Cush. But the letter he's saying is traveling southward to Cush. Now, remember it said earlier Cushites, Syrians, Nubians, and he had them all as different people? So he talking about the particular people group, the kingdom called the Cushites, not the dark-skinned southern contingency known as the Nubians. This is who the Asiatic was trying to get to help him, the Cushites. So it said found in it written by the hand of the ruler of Avaris. So this is what the letter said. Asarah, the son of Ra, Apophthus, greets the son, the ruler of Cush. It says, why you arise a ruler, take over the rule without letting me know. So let's slow down. First of all, whoever this Hyksos dude is getting at the ruler of Cush wrong. He's being disrespectful. Oh, and the way they translated this is wrong. This says greets the son, the ruler of Cush, but when I look at the meta-netter, he's greeting the son of the ruler of Cush. Sahaka, son of the ruler. Sahaka ni Kishi. So that's the son of the ruler of Cush. So he says, why did you arise a ruler or take over the rule without letting me know? Right? Talking to Cush. Then it says, do you see what Egypt has done to me? That's not correct because he rules half of Egypt. So he's saying, do you see what the black land has done to me? The ruler who is in him, Kamos the mighty, gifted with life, attacks me on my soil without my attacking him, just as he attacks you. So he's telling the Cushite king, look, man, he be beating both of us up. Let's come together and get him. Now he says this. Remember, this is the Hyksos king's words, but Kamos is reading it on his stela. He is dismembered these two countries to make them suffer, my country and yours, and having ravaged them. Come, go north, have no fear. Behold, he is here with me. So he's saying, if you come north, you ain't going to have no beef because Kamos is fighting me. Now watch this. There is no one who stands against you in, they keep adding that part. But what it really says is, there is no one who stands against you in the black land. See? He's asking the Cushites to come up, and since, what's his name, is Northmore fighting them, there's no one to stand against the Cushites in the black land. No one to stand against the Cushites in the black land. He says, behold, I would not let him go until you have arrived. So he's going to try to fight with him as he goes through the black land. He says, we will divide up the cities of this part of Egypt, or we will divide up the cities of the black land, and Kidnapper will be full. That makes more sense. They're trying to take the rest of Egypt, the black land. Now look what happens. The star of life who controls and removes the areas. I have subdued the mountain, desert, and beginning of the land of the rivers. Likewise, you can't find a way to bring me down. He's telling the Cushite king, I am not neglecting concern of my army. I do not neglect. The face of the north has not twisted or turned away. So their inhabitants ain't turned away. He was afraid of me when I was sailing north before we had fought and before I had reached him. As soon as he saw my fiery breath, he sent as far as Cush to seek help. Now look, he out of the story, he's basically saying that dude is a punk. When I rode north, he got all scared, right? And he sent as far as Cush to get some help. So he's not confused. He knows he's not trying to get the Nubians against him. You know why? Because he got all the Medjay. But watch this. He's going to say it right here, and this is when people have to bow down. Let's go down to when he say it. I ain't going to have to read the whole thing. I'm ready to go get some food. Then I got to go hustle. Let me see. How beautiful was the journey south for the ruler, for they had not lost. Let me see. Time of the flood, it went to the reign of thieves. Hold on, I want to find him saying something. But he talking about the rejoicing thieves. Did I skip over it? Where he says he's trapped in between a Nubian and a... what you should notice is when he says that, here we go, let me see. No, that ain't it. That's him saying he conquered the south and punished the north. I want to see something else. Well, regardless, in his text, what he says at that point is funny because this is wrote by the treasurer named Neheshi. Neshi. Neshi. So he was a Nubian too. But what I'm looking for is a line where he says, I stand between an Asiatic and a Nubian. He wasn't talking about the Cushites. ultimately what we learn is that we can find letters to let us learn more about this genetic encroachment upon the areas of Egypt. They talked about it all day, and yes sir, shout out Black Alchemy. They talked about it all day, and we got the text to disprove anything any Egyptian with 80% Levantine DNA says about being the original Egyptians. It's just nonsense. It's nonsensical. And we see how long these black people fought against losing that area, and we see that it was eventually lost. Right? This is why they got a part of the Egyptian government to try to stop us from teaching this knowledge. And their threat is that if people of the Sudan get wind of our information, that they will be wanting Egypt back. And that's problematic for anybody who's stolen and then a whole country and then hid the history. Right? That's problematic. I don't know what you can say. I don't be finding no shows on YouTube that be this good. I'm gonna have to go watch my own show. Not only like that, but for real. I might listen back to some of these bombs we dropped. See, I'm like a spokesperson, but don't be believing it be me doing all the research. We got big ass groups of hundreds of contributors who be pulling out documents that'll help us understand this ancient civilization as a black African civilization. This would increase the Sudan war. My man around the corner from the Sudan, I just was hollering at him the other day, and he was hella mad at the RSF or everything. He was describing it the same way I'm describing it. He like them Arabs trying to take Egypt. I mean, they trying to take the Sudan. They want to build a whole area, a whole just Arab-only area in the Sudan, and they being armed by certain people. But he said Egypt just started arming the Sudan government because they don't want that. They like, no, that's gonna eventually start some beef with them. So they start supporting the Sudanese government. Now the word I got from my man from the Sudan, I talked to him just 2 other days. He said the north is safe now, but the south is not. So the areas we've been talking about Khartoum and all this stuff, that ain't safe no more. You know what I'm saying? So I think the result of this is they gentrifying black people up out of the Sudan, and they want to build a whole big ass Arab only thing. The result of that, if they succeed, is in 50 to 100 years, they're gonna be teaching that it was never no black people there. Come on, dude. So when it happened right in our face, and we read ancient texts about it, and then we see it's happening right. What's different than what Kamos was fighting against and what the Sudanese government is fighting against? It's the same thing. These outsiders with this Asiatic DNA coming into Africa trying to take some land and shit. Where did I mess up? I would open up the chat, but I talked for 4 hours, and I mean, think about taking 4 hours out of your day and doing this, and it really is counterproductive to raising a family and being a provider. Feel me? And you are never gonna see me on here mad that I ain't got certain amount of whatever. It is what it is. But at the same time, I got something in the back of my head that say I'm wasting my goddamn time talking to y'all right now. I'm just keeping it a buck. Why? Because I gotta go into this world and keep providing for these kids. And with that being said, I would rather turn off this stream and start working on some creative or doing, that's what I call my hustle. I might get on this music tip. But again, all those who be helping making it worthwhile, y'all, all the members, you see the people with the green names, they actually members of this channel. You see Brother Flag, he put up that contribution, that shit help. So I ain't got time to open up the chat and let cats just bump their opinion while I sit here and go, bro. I holler. I'm a man of God.